We welcome the Executive Secretary and Ochoa and Secretary Almendras, Deputy Secretary Pilando, and Deputy Executive Secretary Heron, Deputy Executive Secretary Guevara, and Deputy Executive Secretary Bernard. How come I haven't met all of you? I mean, the Deputy Executive Secretary. You're very low profile, no? Or maybe because I just chaired the budget now and, yeah, I haven't met all of you. Anyway, so what is your budget? And do you have any problems, any requests, any concerns?
Well, good morning, Madam Chair. We have Deputy Executive Secretary Heron for Finance and Administration who is ready to present a brief, hindi naman.
Just please don't go to the mission, vision, etc. Just go straight to the budget and your submission in the NEP and what was cut, if any. We'll just proceed with that. Thank you.
With the permission of the Honorable Chair, the Office of the President is submitting its fiscal year 2016 proposed budget in the amount of 2.825 billion pesos. Broken down as follows: personal services of 771 million.
Maybe we can forgo that since I've read it in my hard copy. I simply wanted to ask some questions. First, relating to Intel funds, second, confidential funds, and third, the NDREAM funds, which is lodged in the Office of the President, I think. Just kindly explain to me the operationalization of the NDREAM fund first. Because this is, I think, subject to the approval of the President. It is not with the OCD. It is not with the OCD. It is with a DBM, but lodged in the Office of the President, and the QRFs of agencies can request from it. At the same time, the President can also dispense with it. Could you kindly just explain the NDREAM fund and perhaps put it in a slide where the NDREAM fund is? Is it there? No.
The presentation, Your Honor, is only about the budget of the OP proper. However, you're talking actually of the special purpose funds, which is the contingency fund, the calamity fund, and confidential fund. The confidential fund is part of the OP budget, but the calamity fund and the contingent fund is it's floating somewhere in the budget. Only when it is being utilized that the process starts, begins with usually with when it's calamity fund from the DP.
When you say calamity fund, are you referring to the NDREAM fund?
Yes, it's the same.
The previously called calamity fund.
Yes, it's still called calamity fund.
You mean it is not part of your presentation?
No, Your Honor.
And it is not part of the budget of the OP. So it is also not part of the D&D budget or the OCD budget.
It remains with the DBM, actually. So it starts. Subject to the approval by the President.
So it's still with DBM?
Yes.
But downloaded to you or downloaded directly?
Directly to the agency to whom the proponent.
Okay, I am told that it was part of the DBM budget. So may I just clarify the procedure? Because this is a fund that is supposed to be used for pre-calamity and post. And how do agencies and LGUs access it through the Office of the President?
Well, they propose projects. Usually, if it's infrastructure, Your Honor, it passes through the Department of Public Works and Highways. But there are other instances that other departments or even provinces or LGUs directly submit their respective requests to the NDRMC itself, to which they act on it. They have their own processes there, and they recommend, the final recommendation will be coming from the chair of NDRMC, who is the SND. And then it will be recommended to the Office of the President. So within our own office, we also make our own evaluation, but it's just that to check if all the requirements are being followed. That's it, and then we approve it.
The lump sum funds, only the contingency funds is with you? Not even?
It's like the calamity fund. It's not with us also.
Not also. What is with you? You mentioned a third one.
The confidential fund, Your Honor.
How much is it? Can you put the slide on the confidential funds? Magkano?
It's 500 million, Your Honor.
500. Could you kindly tell us what is the nature of these confidential funds, and this is subject to COA?
Yes, everything is subject to COA, Your Honor. And I understand there's a joint circular or COA circular with the DBM, DILG, and DND and COA on the utilization of confidential intelligence funds, and that in so far as reportorial requirements and liquidation of the utilization of these funds are concerned, Your Honor. So we comply with that circular.
PAOK, or anti-organized crime, presidential PAOK, di ba?
Yes,
It's called PAOK now.
It's directly under the Office of the President, Your Honor.
And who handles that? The ES?
Myself, Your Honor.
Ah, so you're the anti-crime czar, and the confidential fund is lodged under the PAOK fund.
Yes,
Is that
Your
my
Honor.
understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that can only be used in relation to PAOK activities and not everything under the Office of the President. The 250 for confidential and 250 for intel is only in relation to the PAOK.
Yes, that's
I
correct, Your Honor.
see. Okay. Can you give an example of how you've utilized it for 2015?
Well, there are a lot of anti-crime activities, and there are projects that are submitted to us by, there's an operating unit, and we support all operating law enforcement units, Your Honor, so they can submit to us projects that they develop, and we give out support to them.
The ILG, the PNP,
The PNP, even it's
AAFP,
varied. It's varied. Your
and the
Honor.
AFP
It
as
depends
well.
on the type of
So it is
project.
similar to the NDREAM fund, which is lodged with the DBM, for which the OP has the power to release, depending on the submissions, the intel and confi funds of the PAOK. The law enforcement agencies can have projects where they can access this fund as well.
Yes, that's correct,
I
Your
see.
Honor.
For example, intel activities relating to the West Philippine Sea. No. I know no, that's not. That's external threat. So only
well, yes.
only organized crime within our territory.
Yes.
Not
There's
national security threats. No.
it's the other portion of the confidential fund that takes care of that, Your Honor.
But the 500 says it's 250 confidential and 250 intel, all under PAOK, which is anti-organized crime. Is there any fund within the OP where other threats not from organized crime can be accessed? Only organized crime, because you wouldn't consider China's incursions as an organized
Yes,
crime,
that's correct,
right?
Your Honor. That's
Right.
correct.
So there is no fund for intel in the Office of the President that would that would qualify or be used for activities, intel activities in the West Philippine Sea. No.
No, that's correct, Your Honor.
Bangsamoro Transition Commission, it's already funded, 66 million. What happens if the BBL is not passed?
Then it will be rendered, how do you say that? It will functus officio, meaning it will no longer, it will cease to...
This commission already exists, no?
Yes.
And you're already funding it.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's a 2015 funding, and you're asking for additional 66 of this commission.
Yes.
But this commission will no longer exist with the passage of the law. Will it still exist once the law is passed? Because it will no longer be a transition commission. They will have their own autonomy in the region.
We have an amended EO in original. There's an executive order that created the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, and its lifetime was, I think we amended it to their term of office will last up until the ratification. Is that correct, of the Bangsamoro Basic Law, if at all it reaches that point, Your Honor.
You have the office of the you have a political advisor?
There's the Presidential Advisor for Political Affairs, Your Honor. That's Secretary Ronald Llamas. He's part of the OPE.
And that's 58 million, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is he not here?
Perhaps it's the political season, Your Honor.
Yes.
So
Yes. May we kindly have
he's
a
all over the
breakdown?
place.
Yes. It's my first time to see the budget of the political advisor's office. May I kindly have a breakdown, maybe not now, of the activities? Is this mostly PS? Is it MOE? Breakdown of PS, MOE, etc. MOE under MOE, what are the activities of the political advisor? You're correct in saying that it's political season. So do we see that the political advisor of the president will favor one candidate and therefore government funds will be used to a preferred candidate? Or is this what kind of political advising or organization will be used with this 58 million?
We can provide you with the details, Your Honor,
Yeah.
of that budget.
It's a lump sum of 58 million. I want to know who are the, I'd like to know who are the employees under that office and who are the advisors or consultants. And does it have confidential funds and intel funds? No. No. Yes. And what political activities did it engage in from 2011 to the present?
We'll ask him to make a
Yes,
report, Your
thank
Honor.
you. The Presidential Assistant on Food Security, who is this?
That's the position of Senator
Secretary-
Kiko Pangilinan.
Oh, the budget
That's
came from the OP.
He's the guy in
yes.
charge of the four
Yeah,
agencies.
yes, correct. But the four agencies are lodged under the DA, but the staff of the assistant came from the OP.
No, there's another executive order, Your Honor, that we took out all four agencies and put it as an attached agency
Correct.
of the
Yes,
Office of the
they
President
gave me
now.
a briefing. But now that there is this replacement of Secretary Kiko, who's running for senator, what happens to this 14 million? Because I believe that the replacement is organic to the DA. Is she a DA staff?
There's a new
Not,
appointment.
she's not career. Babae yan, di ba?
No, yeah.
Nag-briefing sa akin yun eh. Bago yun, hindi ba career sa DA ang linagay? So this fund will still exist because tagalabas din yun.
Yes,
Hindi
ma'am.
organic. Hindi
Because that
siya,
setup will continue.
it will
Your Honor.
continue. It's not back to Secretary Alcala.
No, Your Honor.
I see. And the Presidential Advisor on Environment Protection, is this the LLDA chair? Secretary Acosta?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Why
next.
is his budget so small? 7 million.
We asked them to submit their own budget, Your Honor, and
Because he is also concurrent LLDA?
Yes.
And perhaps most of his activities would be LLDA than advisor. I'm just trying to look at the justification of these budgets because you see that a political advisor gets almost 60 million and an advisor on environment gets 7 million. I mean, we see that politics is probably heavier on the agenda than environment, when I think the environment should take a higher priority or precedence over politics. Just my, yes. Secretary Nerik is a very competent person, and I think we should have used him more. And the 7 million budget is probably all PS, no? Just staff. May I also request the Office of the Advisor on Environment Protection, what they've done since 2011 that could be different from what the CCCOM, the Climate Change Commission, has done, and different from the DNR. So what advice has Secretary Acosta given the President, and what kind of activities have they embarked on, assuming they're allowed to do that, because maybe he's just policy making or memos to the President? Yes.
we'll do that, Your Honor.
Thank you. The military affairs advisor, who is that person? Is there, I didn't even know. Is there a military
Admiral Cortez, Your Honor.
Oh,
Danilo Cortez.
okay. How about APEC? The APEC budget is lodged under the OP, or is it under the...
Well, there are various funds that are involved in APEC.
Yeah.
And there are certain portions of the fund that are within the OP budget, because there are things that we need to be directly managing it. However, for the most part, it's scattered all over the different departments who are in charge of the preparation.
Thank you. Just a last question, ES. Could you kindly enlighten me on the Economic Support Fund? I'm not quite familiar with this. And why is the OP, there are loans to LGUs under the Economic Support Fund, and I understand that there are collections by the OP of the loans to LGUs of the Economic Support Fund that were not recorded in the books. Is that accurate? First, what is the Economic Support Fund? Is that fund lodged in your office, and why are you the one collecting from LGUs? I don't understand the setup. Please enlighten me. Thank you.
The Economic Support Fund, ma'am, is the part of the grant given by the United States government to previous administrations and was last handled by the Office of External Affairs, a creation under an executive order in 2005 that was disbanded in 2010. Unfortunately, the Office of External Affairs, before they left the Office of the President, failed to render a true accounting and turnover of all documents, records, even equipment and materials that were used by the Office of the External Affairs. What we have now in the books were collections from various LGUs who paid to our office from 2010 onwards. Since we do not have any record of what these loans were, they were just deposited to a Bureau of Treasury accounts without being taken up in the books of accounts of the Office of the President. Wala po kaming debit credit na mapagbasehan, and we turned that over. Now, upon receipt of the audit observation and audit report this June of 2015, the office created a small task force that is now looking into all the documents of the Economic Support Fund. We have an ongoing...
It's before your administration.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's bad housekeeping.
Yes, ma'am.
Bad bookkeeping, housekeeping of the previous that you inherited.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're solving it within your term?
Yes, since June, when we were notified by the Commission on Audit of the existence of the 30 million floating, the collection of 30 million, we have met with our Assets Management Office, our Finance Office, and the Commission on Audit.
That's fine. I understand now. Thank you. As a last question to ES and perhaps Secretary, who is in charge of the IRR of the People Survival Fund? I understand that this has been submitted a year ago for the IRR of the People Survival Fund, December 15 in 2014. The People Survival Fund is a mandatory law of the climate change law that created the Climate Change Commission. The IRR was submitted almost a year ago to the Office of the President, and the rollout to the People Survival Fund cannot be done because the IRR is pending in the Office of the President, if this is accurate.
That's true, Your Honor. We submitted that already for the President's consideration.
One year na.
So we'll try and talk to the
Because
President, Your Honor.
Congress allocated 1 billion. Time that the law was passed 2 or 3 years ago, it was unprogrammed. And in 2015, programmed. But no one can use it because the IRR has not been approved. And here we are, LGUs needing support for climate, and there's El Nino, and the People Survival Fund Board was created, and you know my passion for climate, and we have a law that's not being implemented, all because it's the IRR spending. So may I kindly, humbly request that the President approves the IRR with, of course, your better judgment. Kung anong kulang, may kulang ba ang Climate Change Commission na nag-resign yung climate chief. But no matter what, sana before we resume on November 3, which is way before the climate talks, we can have a rollout of the People's Survival Fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, yes. Thank you. No other questions? Yeah. We thank you, Secretary Ochoa and Secretary Almendras, and your officials for coming here today. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
See you in plenary. We welcome the Office of the Vice President. You're under the Office of the President? No. No. The PRRC is independent, right?
It's
Under OP.
pero tinatawag natin na OEO. Not directly under na.
Oo. Sabay-sabay na ba lahat?
Other executive
Sabay-sabay na ba lahat? Hindi. OVP muna.
Ang nakaano ma'am is si Pasig River ang nakasunod.
We'll just do OVP and then we go to the OEO. Sige. That's fine. Just 2 minutes. So we welcome Benji Martinez, Mr. Benji Martinez, Ms. Mirna Aure, Ms. Villa Del Rey, and kayong tatlo, no? And wala po yung pangalan.
Wrong spelling choosing.
Okay.
Kaya they changed.
Can you have your...
Mrs.
apat po kayo sa OVP.
She's my assistant po.
Okay,
Chief of
sige.
Staff, opo.
You don't have, just like the OP, you don't have to present it anymore. And just tell us any concerns.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. The Office of the Budget, the Office of the Vice President's budget is very small. We are proposing actually a budget of only 230.5 million pesos. That's an increase only of 3% from the previous years. There's nothing much in the budget except for basically for personal services, MOE, and capital outlay. And the capital outlay is even computers as mandated by the DBM, Madam Chairman. So, we use whatever DBM suggests.
Will the new Vice President also use the Coconut Palace?
Madam Chairman, that really depends on the President. As you all know, we are just renting the Coconut Palace from GSIS. And I really don't know. I'm really not sure. So it's within the budget, the rental for next year. Also for the new Vice President, we actually give an allotment for that, just in case that they decide to use it.
I've read your budget, and I don't have any questions. I thank you for coming, and we proceed now to the Pasig River Commission.
Thank you, Madam
With the
Chairman.
quickest budget.
Thank you po. Salamat po. Salamat po.
We welcome Gina Lopez, Chair of the Pasig River. Who's your Executive Director? Was he the one last year, Mr. Nagit? Kayo rin yung last year, no? And then Ramil Tan, Deputy, and Miss Kilian. Yes. What we talked about last year, about your partnership with the AFP, Katapang, and there were many things. I wanted to...
It was you mentioned that we're trying out the water lilies. You know what we're trying out also is I met this French guy who said that if we pass the water through bamboo, it can actually clean the water. So he's coming back from France 2 weeks from now. So we're looking at that. And then we're planting water lilies in the hope that, that can do something. At least it'll make the because it's already there. Because the esteros look ugly and the water. So we're thinking if we put the water lilies and they're having some kind of impact on the water quality, it can also be used for livelihood. And Cynthia said that she will help us.
Their foundation has been doing that.
Yeah, and
In fact, all the water lilies in Pasig can really be a livelihood generation. I remember I said this a year ago and 2 years ago to link up with the DTI, Department of Trade and Industries, shared services facilities that gives out equipment needed by communities. And second, the Roving Academy so that they can teach the livelihood skills. Did you do that?
Because the good thing with Cynthia is she will buy whatever we produce. So we're working with her. I didn't know DTI can give equipment
Yes,
also.
I mentioned this last year. The DTI, because you have the mandate to clean up the river. The DTI has the mandate to give out capital outlay machines to the communities you are helping.
Yeah.
And the Roving Academy, again, of the DTI, has the mandate to teach the skills needed by the people.
Ay, good.
While Senator Cynthia is doing it in her private capacity in their foundation, but this DTI budget is there. I gave it to them. We're giving it to them every year.
Good.
And that's institutionalized.
That's wonderful.
So perhaps Mr.
And
Nugget
training.
can meet with, who's the USEC in charge? Maglaya?
Can you do that, Ronald? Huh?
Just find out who's
We'll
the
get the
USEC or
equipment and the
ASEC.
training. Yeah.
Lantayon.
Okay.
ASEC
Thanks.
Lantayon. Just find out who is in charge of SSF and roving. They've done, I always put a budget there and there's always,
I agree.
and that's all over the country, but Pasig is so doable. So
Yeah.
all communities that you're helping in the whole river and all the tributaries,
Yeah.
the,
What we're doing this year is we're not...
let them gather all the water lily,
Yeah.
and whatever Senator Villar is doing with their foundation can be replicated.
That's right.
Now, since you have limited budget
In
and
the
you don't have
area.
the capital outlay, they have the SSF program where they give away the machines needed. So whatever machines Senator Villar is doing in the private sector, you tell the DTI that you need that for all the communities around the Pasig.
What do you call it? SSF?
I said this last year, hindi nyo ginawa.
SSF.
Shared Services Facilities.
Oh, you get it na, ha? Today, ha?
Yes.
But your bamboo's growing. The bamboo.
Oh, we'll go to the bamboo.
80%.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. So first, before we bring your budget to the plenary, can I have something I can see and a MOA already with a DTI so that you can ocular all areas and communities you're helping where there's too much pollution brought about by water lilies, so they give the machines.
They have the budget, Ronald.
They've
Can
had
you
the
work
budget
on that
all
this
these
week?
years.
Next week, huh? Yeah. Okay.
So, simple. Water Lily Project. Whatever machines the Villar Foundation is doing, DTI SSF
Has
in
the
charge
budget.
should buy it and give it to the communities through the Pasig River Commission's earmarking.
Okay.
And then the Roving Academy, they train.
Yeah.
They rove, they go around and train. if they don't know how to do it, but they know because they've had
Yeah.
all these trade fairs, how to do
Yeah.
water lily bags, etc. I should have worn my water lily bag done by Viscara. Buys all the water lily. Because
Viscara?
Viscara, the beautiful bag maker, exporter, buys water lily because they're a big exporter. They do beautiful bags. They're just one of the many.
That's Filipino?
Yes, they're just here in Pasay Road. They have a workshop.
Ah, okay.
Okay. I said this 1 year ago.
Ay, nako. Okay, so
Yeah.
we should do it na. Can
We
you
do
it
have
na, Ron?
a report on compliance pertaining to all the instructions as of last
Oh,
year.
sige. We'll go to
Specifically
that.
on the bamboo, ma'am. We
Oh,
also
bamboo.
have,
Oh,
ma'am.
sige. So yan, done na yan, ha? So we're talking about livelihood.
Ron,
Should we just limit ourselves to the communities you're helping? O lahatin na natin? Lahat ng wag lang yung, kasi alam ko limited lang inyong attention to certain communities. Why don't you, on your last hurrah, it's your last year, right? Because Aquino administration is ending
Yeah.
June 30. So,
Yeah.
do it the whole Pasig River. Lahat ng merong water lily and wherever there are communities that can host that livelihood, partner with the DTI, SSF, and Roving Academy.
Yeah.
Then you have community projects, a partnership between PRC and DTI, SSF,
Yeah.
RA. That's clear, ha? Ronald, ha? Lista ka ng lista.
Lista ka ng lista. Wait, but it needs infra, no? You need a house. You need infra to house the machine.
Well, DTI will take care of that.
Really?
Yes.
Even the machine, even
The machine,
the area.
we'll
the,
see if that's
Wow.
part of it. If not, okay, I will give it to your budget. So you have to meet with them
Okay.
after this hearing today, and then work within the next 2 weeks on your memorandum of agreement to identify
Next
the
week.
water lily
Yeah.
infested waters and the communities who will host the livelihood program.
Yeah.
If the DTI says our budget will not be enough for the housing of the machine, maybe the barangay hall can do it. Maybe the LGU can do it. Wag naman puro lahat saga. Let the LGU
Yeah,
who have
yeah.
IRAS. These are very rich LGUs because they're Metro Manila.
Right.
So, barangay. Pero kung talagang wala, so you have to identify. Ilan yan?
Yeah.
10 communities, 20, 100, etc.
Yeah.
Give that to me
Okay.
before Halloween. Ako puro ang deadline before Halloween kasi we're on break.
Ay,
Before
love
October
it.
31.
So magaling, no?
And then, if for those na ulila, ibig sabihin, hindi pwede sa DTI, hindi pwede sa LGU, then I will budget small and give it to the PRC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, you next week
I said this last year.
you work on that. Helena.
Yeah, do that. Sayang eh.
Okay.
And this is livelihood for Metro Manila residents
Right.
who are informal settlers.
Yeah.
So you will decongest and clean up
Yeah.
Manila, Pasig River. You will have a visible, doable project
Yeah.
that will generate livelihood for informal settlers who are jobless.
Yeah.
That's win-win-win,
Yeah, it is.
right?
Yeah.
So exciting.
Yes, so you
So PRC, DTI, SSF, RA. And then, to encourage people, maybe Gina can ask ABS to cover these real stories, these
we will.
lives transformed,
Yeah,
etc.
yeah.
Because, people will act faster when there's media watching.
Yeah.
Diba? Let's say in Karen Daviles, may puhunan. You
Yeah.
can have maybe little communities, dati mga pasaway ang tawag ito, ayaw sumunod. Ngayon, may konting kabuhayan.
Right.
Supplier na sila ng raw material for
Yeah.
Vizcara. Yung mga ganun, di ba? Oo. Or other programs. Maybe you have a segment. Why don't you have on maski ANC, TV has become so commercial and it's all entertainment.
Yeah.
Why don't you have a 30-minute a week on Pasig River? Pasig at
we
iba
have.
pa. You have?
We have a Pasig River report. It's
No, on TV.
you mean like a set time?
Yeah? O hindi? Or maybe you can do
But I can
interstitials
make
lang.
it say, I have interstitials.
There are.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
23 and ANC.
Ah.
And I can make it sing it in the news.
Yes,
Yeah.
interstitials, not only in ANC 23,
Yeah.
but even the news, maybe 15 seconders.
Yeah.
In the next couple of
Yeah,
months,
if it's
people will be
good.
seeing all the politicians running, all the dancing and singing. Let's have something substantial
substantial,
of real lives transformed.
Okay.
Even just 10 seconders.
Okay.
Remember, there was this 20 years ago, Cheche Lazaro had good news.
Yeah.
Diba? Good news stories. Let's have good news
Correct.
of communities transformed. 10 seconders.
Yeah, I'll talk to Ging.
Ang
That's a
ganda
good idea.
niyan.
Yeah.
Oo.
Yeah. No?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay.
Ronaldo, lista na naman.
No, mga lista. On the 22nd now, we have a meeting. Give me a report. Ha? Ramila?
O sige, Bamboo. So clear na yan, ha? Mm-mm. Teka, hindi pa tapos. So that's the convergence with DTI. Clear na yan. Any questions? Kasi I talk fast and I assume you know the agency. You ask me if you don't understand.
Yeah,
and if
we're
they don't
good.
cooperate, sumbong nyo sa akin. Tawagan yung staff ko dito. Mag-exchange ako. They will cooperate because they've been cooperating with me. You know, I go to a trade fair, for example, in Mega Mall, and I'm approached by some people, a group of women from Guimaras. Ma'am, ito po yung aming recycled paper. Kami po ang beneficiary ng inyong roving academy sa Guimaras. I bought it all. Tuwang-tuwa ako. Kailan yun? I don't even know. Because I instructed the DTI, SSF, and Roving Academy years ago, and they sought out these women in Guimaras, and they were selling the recycled paper. I know it's small, it's very micro,
Yeah.
but these are lives changed, and they're so excited to do it. I think the paper is made out of water lily, even. It's so exciting, yes.
You can make paper out of water.
Made out of what ba? Yung recycled paper na Oo, water lily yun? Really? I'm not sure if it's water lily. Basta recycled from something. Yung ginawa ko, basta find out. Ang water lily, ang dami-dami. Oh, ang ganda-ganda.
DTI knows that
Sana
also.
pala sinuot ko yung... Yeah, it's their project. It was a DTI trade fair, and it was the Guimaras women. It was a product of the Roving Academy. I was so proud. They said, Ma'am, project nyo, kami po yung dinapitan ng DTI. Sinabi po nyo. I didn't even remember. So, imagine the impact of all the communities.
Yeah.
Urban, informal settlers. And suddenly they have a machine where they can do that.
Yeah. Wait,
Now-
who will do the paper? Is that DTI
Okay,
also?
let me not dictate what the water lilies will come out to be. I just said it because it could be paper. Bags, I'm certain.
Yeah, I've
Anything,
seen it.
actually, if you can do a bag, you can do a wallet, you can do slippers, you
Yeah.
can do a luggage, you can do everything, pay-pay, you can do hats.
Yeah.
You can do water lily chairs and tables.
Yeah.
Ang dami. So this is just
Yeah, that's exciting.
yes, it's a
Yeah.
whole livelihood.
Yeah.
Then Pasig River Commission will have a livelihood component.
Yeah.
And pwede kayo mag-booth sa SITEM, which is opening today in Fame. In fact, you should have done that years ago to have a booth of all the products done
the Pasig
by your
from
communities.
Estero.
So, not too late. You can have that in the SITEM Fame in March. They have it twice a year.
Is that Bon?
Okay. So, DTI convergence
idea.
yan.
Yeah.
Second, the National Greening Program, and that's where your bamboo comes.
Yeah.
I don't have to give you the budget because they have a 7 billion peso budget.
Wow.
And all you need to do, again,
to
you have to sit down with Director Calderon of the National Greening and the Regional Director of NCR, of DNR, to earmark already existing in their budget of bamboo against soil erosion, river management,
Really?
of all areas in NCR that needs it. Yes.
I love it. Yeah. I know Rick.
So, just meet with him again.
Yeah.
The deadline of that is before October 31. You just earmark all communities in the NGP covered by Pasig River Commission. Lahat na nangangailangan ng bamboo, i-earmark nyo yun sa NGP within
Yeah.
the 7 billion budget. Okay,
Yeah.
that's your convergence with Forest Management Bureau handling the National Greening Program under the DNR. Third, Philfida. That's under the DA. They give away decorticating ba tawag doon? Machines. These are machines which decorticates, how do you say that simply? That It's a machine that, how do you say that?
Corticates?
Ah? Basta it's a decorticating machine. Well, how do you simplify decorticating? I-google na lang yung ibig sabihin decorticating. Itong ginagawa.
What's the raw material?
The raw material is the leaves of piña or banana, but find out if the decorticating machine can do something with water lily. If they say it can, then you can ask Philfida to give you also, not give you, but the communities you're helping, decorticating machines, then you can do paper and bags from these decorticating machines, assuming water lily can be used. Decorticating actually means to remove the bank or the bark? Bark. Philfida is the government agency bureau under DA that's in charge of fiber. So perhaps if the decorticating machine can be used for water lily, then you can do that. So see? So that's your convergence with DA, but that's question mark because I'm not an expert here. I gave a community in Tagaytay, Barangay Nyogan, because I saw there was so much trash from pineapple waste. It was the leaves. Now what they're doing, na-clean up na yung trash, they're getting all the pineapple waste from neighboring Cavite towns and barangays for free, and they do bags. Can I have a sample of a bag? Eleanor, meron ka? Yung ginagawa nila mga lalagyan ng wine, lalagyan ng ano, isang sample, takbo. From the leaves. Dati tambak, basura, sinusunog, etc. Now, they're using all the leaves waste for their fiber to do the bags.
Yeah.
Now they're going to neighboring barangays in Cavite. They're not telling them that they're making it their products. Otherwise, sisingilin sila. Akin na nga mga basura nyo. Dito ang tuwa yung mga barangay, binibigay sa kanila. Hari ko, oy. So they don't buy it. Walang puhunan. Except the donated decorticating machine given by DA. I facilitated it. So,
Wow.
I will also
Great.
facilitate, I will tell Philfida to give you decorticating machines when applicable, if water lily. Kasi wala naman kayong pinya.
Yeah. Wait, I can use for piña in the islands, but that's not PRRC.
Give me your island, I will put.
Yeah? Can you stay there forever in the budget? I love you, no?
I love you
You're
too.
so good.
So, I'm really good.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
you're
I'm a
really
heart.
good.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not being humble because I know what I'm doing.
No, 'cause you're doing more than budget. You're
Yes,
riding.
correct. Gina sees it because we think the same way.
I
Because
love you.
the budget is there. We are not a
Yeah.
poor nation. I'm not saying the others were not good. They're better than me. But we have to converge government agencies, and budget must have a heart.
Yeah.
Budget must have soul. Budget
Yeah.
must earmark livelihood for the poorest of the poor.
Yeah.
And there are opportunities. It's just not taking advantage. It's a matter of convergence. So I've given you 3 already. So you have the next 2 weeks to meet with the FMD of DNR, to meet with SSF and RA of DTI, to meet with Philfida of DA.
Did you write that? Okay.
Okay, next. Last. All the Pasig River communities,
Yeah.
just like the Manila Bay region because you're connected. So sit down with Manila Bay Coordinating Office of the NANR. Anong pangalan niya? Si lalaki? Si Garland. Please speak with Director Garland because you should be on the same page all the time. Pasig River, Manila Bay. Huh?
Parang they're just, I've dealt with him before. He has no authority to do anything.
No, we will give them the authority. No, just so that they see what you're doing, they can get inspiration from you. Now, what am I saying? Meet with Director Ellie. Anong palido ni Ellie? Ildefonso of the Solid Waste, ESWM, Ecological Solid Waste Commission, and Gerlan of Manila Bay Office. Okay, what do? Again, lives can be changed. RA 9003, which I authored, enacted into law January of 2001. Only 25% of LGUs, walang plain lang, walang kulay. Walang plain. So, my simple instruction is, make sure that Solid Waste Commission funds all Pasig River communities with MRFs and eco sheds and compost pit. So there will be IEC, information, education, communication of all communities who are still there by the banks, but hopefully wala na, even if they're not informal settlers, even if they're regular settlers, to teach them so they don't throw their solid waste and liquid waste into the river, to implement the law. Example, Sikat, Barangay Sikat in Alfonso, Cavite, a random barangay. I went there last Saturday to inspect my project. And you'll wonder, why is a senator doing a project in the barangay level? To prove that my law works. Because the solid waste management law bamboo type eco shed, bote, lata, plastic. It's a no-brainer eh. Residual waste or latak. Papel, yung food waste, they just bore a hole into the ground, compost pit, yung balat ng mangga, tirang kanin, etc. The food waste is there, and then they put soil, they put dry leaves. After 3 months, that's their compost. Then everything else is in the eco shed, and they recycle the bottles, ang bote, let's say, yung litro, puputulin mo lang yan, puputulin mo lang yung litro, that's already your pot. My Christmas gift, if you've not received one, are recycled containers from litro, from the MRF here, and I grow my own herbs from, which I grow. What I'm saying is that, itong barangay Sikat, kung gusto nyo, puntahan nyo, ang Sikat at ang Yogan. Yan, Ronald, puntahan nyo. Tapos, magpaturo kayo, kaya na nila magturo. So, yun ang gusto kong gawin sa lahat ng Pasig River communities. So, you will tell Ellie to teach you or to use their budget. I gave them 50 million in 2015. That's supposed to be for the Manila Bay region. But the Manila Bay region is also the Pasig River region. Remember? So, you should be converged with the Solid Waste Commission because they should be using the 50 million. They've not used it.
Yeah, okay, you should attend the first meeting.
Yes. Dito na. Hindi na, ang dami kong trabaho eh. Just, my staff will tell Ellie that,
I think it's important that you're there in the first meeting.
Manila Bay office,
Yeah.
Director Ellie, and Ronald and Gina.
Right. With you.
Dito nyo gawin. Dito nyo gawin.
Because they can't say, I mean.
No, and no,
we
we
give
put
them
the money there. Am I
Right,
correct in
right.
saying that? Meron tayong 50 million, no? Sa
Manila Bay
solid
office.
waste?
What else is there?
Oo, 15. Meron tayo eh, yes. Hindi pa nila ginagastos.
Yeah. and then
Remember,
office.
the Pasig River region are 3 regions, NCR 3 and 4 regions, and that's a Pasig River. Pare magkakabit naman yan eh.
Yeah.
So make sure
Sige,
that
we'll
all
meet when you're here.
LGUs around the Manila Bay and around the Pasig River implement the segregation of waste at source, recycle compost by having MRF, eco shed, and compost pit. So tapos na. Okay, tapos na ang budget nyo, yun lang. Sundin lang yung ginagawa ko, yun ang...
I love it. Yeah. Okay.
See? And it doesn't mean I have to increase your budget. It's just
Yeah,
converging
just
with
work-
these
yeah.
agencies and
Correct.
using their budgets, which we already gave.
Yeah.
Kasi kayo focused eh.
Yeah.
Pasig River, lahat. In short, sagot nyo ang communities around it.
Yeah.
Because no matter, just like I told you, clean and clean and clean.
Yeah.
Dirt and dirt and dirt.
Yeah.
Unless you give them livelihood for all their dirt.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah. Diba? Ganon.
Okay.
Tapos na.
So we'll go to Sikat. We have to do all, no, you gave them the budget na, no?
Yes. It's funded eh.
Okay.
O, tapos na.
Great.
Bamboo nyo. No, show me your bamboo.
Oh, sure. Jimbo, you... Who is the presentation? Oh, who will do that? You?
Meron na pala kayong convergence with NGP eh. Di very good. Meron na pala eh.
Ma'am, we've done it based on the
Ah,
previous instructions. These
very
are
good.
report on based on the previous
Katapang,
instructions.
oo. Where is this? What areas?
We met with Secretary, former GM Manda, and with General Katapang, and we've done it on various sites on the relocation sites.
How is it? What is the reception? Do they welcome it?
Ma'am, they welcome it, and we have the report pertaining to yung dami po na nabuhay na mga bamboo at yung inalagaan ng community. It's part of the report, ma'am. Next page, please. Ma'am, we planted around 500 bamboos, and there are around 80% survival rate, ma'am.
But where can we get? That's nothing, no, 500.
An initial. Ma'am, on the National Greening Program, ma'am.
Oh, we'll get that from the national.
Yes, ma'am.
Mark, from the National Greening?
Yep, ma'am.
In the Pasig River areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Preliminary, we've done it, ma'am. As a start, it's around 500 that we planted and 80% survival rate, ma'am.
Yeah.
Medyo malalaki na po yung mga halaman ngayon, ma'am.
Yung staff ko nagpunta sa China for the bamboo project with Senator Villar. Kindly give them a copy of the report. Pero suriin mo a lot of photos. Anong bagong teknolohiya o bagong pag-alangga ng bamboo na natutunan ng bata ron na pwedeng matulungan sila dyan? Okay. Saan ito?
Ma'am, that was done in Rodriguez Rizal at the 1,000 housing project of Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission.
Oh, there's so much bamboo in NGP. They have 7 billion pesos. They'll give you all the seedlings. In fact, NGP will not only give you the bamboo, but they will also give you whatever are the plant or tree species under the NGP that is suitable to the communities around the Pasig River. Kung pwedeng kakao, kape, anong pagkakakitaan na qualified under NGP.
We've also requested from the NGP and we planted it near the Baseco areas, ma'am. There are also, probably we planted it 2 months ago and surviving naman yung ibang mga bamboo, ma'am. Ganun din.
Very pretty, but this is piña waste. Di ba you buy this in Divisoria, lalagyan
Sa
ng
wine.
Yes, this is from the leaves of, the quality could be better, but what I'm saying is that it used to be basura. Dati ay tumpok-tumpok, puro dyan. Because when they harvest pineapple in Tagaytay, they just get the fruit and the leaves are just left on the roads and it's waste.
No, makes barong, di ba? Out of pineapple.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's
yes.
really fine. But I don't know if she
Maybe.
does it from leaves.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. Yeah, good idea.
that's
Maybe
not
a blouse made out of... I have a water lily
Jimmy
tela.
Goldburn.
Okay, another convergence. PTRI of the DOST, Philippine Textile Research. They gave me a fabric made from water lily. So, meaning water lily, wow. And papagawa ko ngayon, water lily, ayan. So, PTRI Director Celia Elumba. Get all the numbers from my staff, Attorney Rachel and Sherry. So this used to be waste. Look at this. This used to be waste from the leaves of pineapple in a barangay. Instead of making it waste, because Philifida gave them a decorticating machine and taught them how to use it, they now sell it for, I don't know how much, 50 pesos. I said that's too expensive. They should know their pricing. Then they make bags. Or it doesn't even have to be colored. It can be plain.
Yeah,
To
I
put
think
your
it's better
wine.
plain.
It's better plain.
Yeah, it
yes,
looks
yes. I'm
synthetic.
teaching them also taste.
Yeah.
So.
No, it's a bit.
Good, you've started on that convergence with the NGP.
Also started our convergence with all per your instruction to provide all the letters pertaining to all industries in the main Pasig River.
Wait, I signed letters with Gina.
Yes,
Remember,
ma'am.
we co-wrote letters to all the
Yep,
industries
ma'am.
to warn them about cleaning or following the laws. I think I signed letters, right?
Yep, ma'am.
Yes. Anybody care about us?
Ma'am, it's also part of the report.
Respond. No, they just ignored Gina and my
Ma'am, there are actions, ma'am. They've done some preliminary actions
anxious. They
specifically
should
on
have
solid waste management, ma'am.
You control the money.
Ma'am, here's the report per letters to identified industries along the Pasig River. On the North Bank, there are the number of identified industrial establishments are 29, and the South Bank 27, a total of 56. And on the Manila side, the LGU, there are 26 on Manila, 10 on Mandaluyong, and 9 on Makati, and 11 on Pasig City with a total of 56. Next slides, please. Of this, ma'am, there are established compliant to RA 9003. There are 6 establishments that can no longer be contacted, no other contacts to be found. There are 26. There are establishments that are no longer operating, 9, and identified establishments that are found to be government offices, 7, and 8 establishments with no response, with a total again of 56.
Okay na yan. Sige.
Okay, ma'am.
That's fine. Just kindly continue the bamboo and do the other things which I mentioned. So that's convergence with what? 4 agencies. I hope you got it all. My staff know what it means. If you didn't hear it correctly or you don't have the contacts, kindly get it from Attorney Rachel and Cherie or that's fine, right? If there's any problem, just ask us. We're here to help because your mandate is to clean up the river. Dredging it or cleaning it up is not enough, but taking away the source of the dirt and giving them livelihood where they can earn and giving them that integrity and that importance. So I want to see the day, and that should be soon, where we will have Pasig River products, arts and crafts. We will have water lily bags. We have maybe coffee products from coffee plants, but matagal pa yun eh. Water lily, basically. I should have worn my water lily bag, beautiful, from Vizcara, from water lily from Laguna de Bay. Beautiful. Meron tayong number ng Vizcara, di ba? Ang workshop nila nandito sa Pasay. Ha? Alam ni, bibigat ang bag nun. Meron ka tang bag, Vizcara? Meron kang bag. Pakita mo. Nandyan? Hindi ko nadala ngayon eh. Ang ganda-ganda. Mahal sila, nag-export nga sila. They need water lily. Importante, yung, sabi niyo, yung structure nung kanilang livelihood workshop. Kung hindi kaya ng LGU at hindi kaya ng DTI, sabihin nyo sa amin. Kung may kapasidad ba kayo at pwede ba sa mandate nila magtayo ng structure para sa makina? Hindi. Baka hindi eh. Hindi pwede. So, kailangan manggaling sa ahensyang kapartner nila or sa LGU. Pwede lang yan sa barangay hall para wag ng puro capital outlay.
You know? Na ano? Anyway, we look.
Barangay Nyogan nga, maliit na barangay hall eh. Metro Manila pa to. Kasya ito.
Yeah.
We didn't have to build a new barangay hall or a house to house the machine in Barangay Nyogan. So Metro Manila, all the more, the barangay halls are bigger.
Okay.
Huwag na para wala ng capital
Yeah.
outlay na dagdag.
Good. Wonderful.
Okay.
By next week.
And then, advocacy campaign, IEC. Sagot na ni Gina yan. Oo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. It was very productive. Great. Yeah. That's it? Thank you. Yeah, you're great. Can you stay there forever? No.
Wait, what is your river or your island where you need the bamboo? Or no, or the piña?
That decorticating machine can be used for many fruits or what? Yeah.
I know banana and pineapple. If it can be used for water lily, that would be great. But otherwise, if not, because that's what Philfida gives, the DTI will give you whatever machine is needed for
Yeah.
water lily.
You know-
So find out what the Villar Foundation is doing for water lily. Just
Yeah.
buy that machine through the DTI. Just
Yeah.
you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just lakbay aral kayo po doon. Tingnan nyo yung ginagawa nila at tingnan nyo yung ginagawa ng Vizcara at ng Villar Foundation, dalawang private sector. Hingin nyo yung makinang yun sa DTI, bibigay
Okay.
sa inyo. Tapos tuturuan kayo.
We're in Lobo now because of the Verde Passage. And they have lots of bananas. Yeah.
We'll give you.
Huh?
Please
And
earmark.
you're Lobo, aren't you Batangas also? You used to be, no?
So funny.
Aren't you Batangas? Yeah, but
Baliw,
they're,
baliw.
yeah.
Can you earmark Lobo? Yes, that's Lobo for decorticating machine
Yeah.
of, yes,
we wanted
for-
to stop the coal, remember?
Yes.
In the Verde Passage.
Yeah, there's no ECC yet for the coal there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
we have
let's
to
give
address the
livelihood for the
poverty,
people for the decorticating machine because there's banana there. I think you should do. Oh, how exciting! I should have brought you with me. Let ka. Lobo muna. You should plant mangroves there. Again, when you meet with Director Calderon of the FMB, please include Lobo and the towns beside it for massive mangrove reforestation. I went to Barangay Papaya over the weekend. Barangay Papaya in Nasugbu, in Look, in Batangas. There were natural growth mangroves. Ay, ang ganda. Show you the picture. Pati yung litrato. Saan mga litrato ko? Estelle. Pakita mo dyan sa ano mo. Dyan. Nakita mo, yung
Nasugbu
lumusong
yung
tayo.
Batangas.
And the women, I went down to the water and the women were planting mangroves. It's a project of BIFAR, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. But BIFAR has limited budget. But you can ask again, earmarking of NGP to give you mangroves in Lobo. Yan,
Yeah.
dalawa na. So
No, I have a
PhilFIDA will
project
give you
there. I
the
love
corticating and then NGP will give you mangroves. Show the pictures here to Gina. Dali mo doon, Estelle.
I mean, we have a mangrove project. I'm really happy.
Yeah.
In Lobo. It's for the fishermen. Yeah. So I'm
Your
really-
mangrove project is privately funded?
No, I was going to go to First Gas. So I'll just go to
No.
NGP. Yeah.
Well, First Gas has money. That's your company?
Yeah, but that takes time. I mean,
No,
they're using.
NGP
No, I'll go
has
to
the
NGP
money.
na lang. Yeah.
No, it's their job
Yeah.
to reforest the mangroves.
Yeah.
And look at the...
I'll go to NGP.
Ano hanapin mo? Wala kang photos? Ang dami natin photos.
Such a good budget. Hindi
Oo.
lang budget. no?
Yan, ang ganda-ganda. Nakakatuwa. Oo.
You're
I
so
want
good.
I want to go with you to Lobo one day.
Yeah.
So,
Really, huh?
I want you to meet with Director Asis Perez. He's very good.
I like him.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah. USEC, attorney, Tanggol Kalikasan.
Yeah.
Okay? We were together with
Yeah.
Mayor Charito Apasible because naging livelihood project ng BIFAR, they call it aqua silviculture. Not mangrove. So ang tawag sa NGP ng DNR, mangrove reforestation. I-earmark nyo yun, pwede yun.
Yeah.
And Director Calderon will be instructed to help you in Lobo and in the Pasig River area.
I love
Did I tell you that? Pasig River area, hindi lang Lobo, ha? Mangroves around the Pasig River area
Yeah.
where feasible.
Yeah.
Now, but second, BIFAR can help in Lobo and also Pasig River because it's a livelihood project. They give the women, malit lang, 50 pesos to plant the mangroves, and then when it grows, they buy it back. There's such a project. Naging poverty alleviation or poverty reduction program ang environment.
Of BIFAR.
BIFAR yan. So you meet
Okay.
also with Asis
Asis.
Perez. He's very
Yeah.
good.
Very good. I really like it.
Pakita mo yung litrato.
Wow. Got a lot.
Saan
no?
yun?
Galing.
Ayan pala eh. Meron pala kayong mangrove na eh. Very
Paseco.
good. Is this
So
in
don't ask for more.
is this in convergence with the
No, we just did it on our own.
Ma'am, it's part of the National Greening Program. It's a
No, but you
Can you
convergence.
show photos, Estelle? No, show it to Gina and to Ronald. Oh, pakita mo lang the mangroves of Barangay Papaya.
Tugbo, Batangas.
Nasugbu. That's a
Who's
BIFAR
that?
project.
Is that Lauren? Oh, you look really good. Lauren, you should go back on TV na. You look good. Huh?
Ano yan, yung nakalusong ako sa tubig?
Yeah, you look good.
We were in the boat, then lumusong sa tubig, then we planted mangroves with the women. They're all women.
Yeah.
Nakakatuwa. That, imagine, Gina, in all the communities in Pasig, if on land they're doing livelihood of the
Yeah.
corticating machine and whatever
Yeah.
machines for water lily, and
Yeah.
then you have bamboo planting in the banks of the river, and then you have mangrove reforestation. That's so,
Yeah.
you have
Yeah.
a resurgence of all of this.
Yeah.
And this is simply earmarking with the agencies of government.
That's
Diba?
right.
Yeah. Let's do it.
No, I want to say,
Yeah.
that information is very valuable, and actually we're asking for, but the information you've given us today is really well appreciated. Yeah, it's gonna help.
So I will, in the next 2 weeks, please meet with those agencies of
Yeah.
government. Go to them na
We'll
para
tell you.
wala nang dahilan. Or if
Yeah.
you want, isang meeting na lang silang lahat. Dito na kayo
Wow.
mag-meet.
Oh my God!
Dito
are
na
you
sa
gonna
round
do that?
table sa office ko. I don't have to sit with you.
No, you sit with us.
O sige,
Sige na.
lahat ng yan,
Yeah.
isang meeting na lang kaya.
Wow.
Para mabilis.
Oh my God.
Oo.
Really?
Oo. Sa office ko,
Wow.
ilan lang yan? 4 na ahensya lang yan eh. Because they all went with me to Barangay Papaya in
We put that
Nasugbu.
on air. It's nice.
Yes.
It's a nice
Yes.
meeting. Yeah, sige.
Oo.
Okay.
That's
you
good
ano.
news.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe they should do a 30-second report on something good that's happening
Yeah.
amidst all this political talk. And I'm never
Yeah.
running for any office anymore, so it's not
Yeah.
political.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Who do we deal with? I like that.
Me and Rachel. Me,
Rachel.
Rachel,
Okay.
Cherie, everybody
You
knows
do that.
about it.
You
But-
handle that.
We'll be
Oo,
preparing
i-handle
the letter to be signed by you and Ma'am Gina. But we'll coordinate pertaining to the date that you will be available,
She'll
ma'am,
call for
at your
that.
office, ma'am.
Yeah. For next
The-
week, before the...
you already, this afternoon, coordinate with them.
Yep, ma'am. Yep.
Yeah.
They should, i-text lang nyo, Rachel, that Mr. Nugget of PRRC will call you. Please cooperate. And then, dapat kasi, maybe go to their offices already based on what we talked about. So, kung kailangan pa yung meeting dito, sige, bring all of them, parang katapusan na. Ibig sabihin, ito na pinagkasunduan, tapos parang magre-report na kayo ng commitments. Diba? Mas madali yun. Isa-isahin na nila in the respective offices. Kasi pag dito, so pumunta na kayo ng Pasig River team sa 4 na ahensya. Dali-dali yan, DNR. Nandiyan ang Manila Bay office, nandiyan si Ellie. Mag-appointment ka na. Ganon, call them already. And just text them based on the PRRC. Isang text lang to DETI, ganito, to ganyan. Based on PRRC, Mr. Nugget and Ms. Lopez will call you and meet in your office, blah, blah. And within 1 week, a roundtable meeting will be set in the Senate for the output of the meetings. Yun, ganun na. Dito, output na dito. Now, hindi na pagdating dito, uulitin ko naman sinabi ko, hindi na. Kayo na magsasabi ng output ninyo. Okay? Okay. Welcome to the NSC and NICA family. Yes, I've read your budget, and you have any concerns? Oh, we recognize, sorry, medyo, nahilo na ako. Yes, our National Security Advisor, Garcia, and Director General Ontog, and all our, we just read into record the presence of all your officers. Are there any special concerns? Otherwise, I will approve your budget already. It will be the same questions as last year eh. Wala po kayong special concerns?
Not at the moment, Madam Chairman.
So, I can approve your budget as is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, approve. Diba? Kasi I have a hard copy. I've read it. And I'm very supportive of your budget. And unless, let me see 1 minute. We talked about, we had a very lengthy discussion last year. It will be the same issues. I don't want to repeat myself. And you know best how to manage our intel. Wala na po akong tatanungin. Pasado na. I'll see you in plenary. Yes. Ha? Sige
Thank you
po.
very much,
Thank you. Para din hindi na kami magpatangalian. Hindi. Hindi, pwede kayo kumain sa, sarado ang lounge eh. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
autonomous region. The autonomous region in Muslim.
Can see you earlier. Pasensya na, I've a splitting migraine, so you're lucky it will be very short. Yeah, yeah, because super sakit ng ulo ko. Kulang sa tulog. Yeah, just open, yeah, and wag na yung go through that. Just show me salient portions, yes. And I'm also saving my voice. Could we just, all of you naman are present, reflected na yun sa record, Attorney Yoli? Pwede? I would like to greet Gov and all of you, lahat na lang. Sige, sige. Wish list. How can we help ARM? With or without the passage of the BBL?
Ma'am, actually, akala nga namin papasa, hindi na kami rito ulit.
Kaya nga eh.
Kaya gusto ko pumasa na nga eh.
Correct. I'm for it. Okay. Tell me what you want to
Okay.
focus on.
Well, actually, ma'am, on our part, ano naman eh. Kasi comparing to doon sa mga historical budget namin, talagang nag-110% ang increase namin compare in the past nung nag-present kami.
See that in your budget utilization, you have 97% of allotments. You've used it, yeah, compared to other.
Nasa 65%, ma'am.
I'm looking at historically 2011 to 2014, naka 97% kayo.
Ma'am, meron kaming... okay. Ma'am,
No,
meron...
we'll request NCIP for another day and AMLAC also, just those two remaining. We'll just finish with ARM, and this will just be very quick.
Ma'am, while looking for the... baka meron kang clarification. Meron kaming short AVP presentation on our accomplishment. Around 4 minutes, ma'am. Will it be okay? Okay. Jan.
The autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao is home to more than 3 million people, speaking more than 7 distinct languages. A region divided into 8 congressional districts, composed of 5 provinces, 2 cities, more than 100 municipalities, and almost 2,500 barangays. For over 20 years, the region struggled in the midst of poverty, corruption, and violence. The ARMM had always been among the poorest regions of the country. Underdevelopment was spread across the region, a testament to past failures in governance and rule of law. The past 4 years, however, have been a testament to a commitment towards reforms and transformation in the entire region. Although the roads to these changes were far from easy, a truly working ARMM government was able to successfully address and remedy what ailed the region through dedicated leadership and collective action. Now, after 4 years, the ARMM is finally a land of promises fulfilled. Since coming to office in 2011, ARMM Governor Mujib Hataman has set out to streamline the regional bureaucracy. The ARMM is now fully compliant with the Transparency Seal and has met all the good governance conditions that enabled its agencies to qualify for the performance-based bonus. The budget allocation for the ARMM consistently increased from 2011 to 2015. This allowed the ARMM government to build better infrastructure and provide better basic social services for the people. Education is one of the region's top priorities. Beginning in 2013, the licenses of all public teachers in the region were validated by the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC, to ensure that all teachers pass the licensure requirements. In 2014, the ARMM hired 1,323 new public school teachers. Improved delivery of health services is also central to the regional government's agenda. The regional government has created the ARMM Humanitarian Emergency Action Response Team, or ARMM HART, to address the humanitarian needs during man-made or natural disasters. The ARMM is a top producer of crops such as rice, cassava, corn, coffee, oil palm, and fruits like lanzones, mangosteen, and durians. It is number one in the entire country in terms of fisheries and seaweeds production. The regional government made sure that farmers were provided with inputs and seeds and the needed strategies to better their production and hopefully links with the market. The land area of the ARMM was set aright following the cadastral survey conducted by the
Sumakit yata
Department
ulo
of
ni Ikof.
Environment and Natural Resources.
You know, you
The region's
can use
Department
better
of Public
video eh.
Works and Highways
It looks like
is
old.
investing heavily on
Sino
roads,
nag-produce?
bridges,
Si ma'am,
and
new ano yan, ma'am.
infrastructure,
Hindi, the quality is not good.
of agricultural products,
It's grainy.
and other goods in the region. The ARMM
Hindi pang General Luna yan, ma'am.
Huh?
peace
Maybe the
development
screen?
across the region through programs such as ARMM Helps, Bridge, and Pamana. Investments in the region have consistently increased annually since 2012, creating thousands of jobs for residents and increasing the economic activity.
Just to teach you how to communicate it better, because ARM is so beautiful and so rich. You know, you can actually map your resources. You can map what are your environmental, your natural wealth, what are your forest resources, your mineral resources, and your protected areas within ARM, your lakes like Lake Lanao, etc. What are your cultural resources, the schools of living tradition, your arts and crafts, your intangible and tangible heritage, and then what are opportunities for domestic and foreign investment, what are job-generating livelihoods like seaweed farming, etc. Yun. Yeah, it's very good, and ARM is so rich, and then you can map it accordingly. And iba overlapping dyan eh. Culture, intangible, and tangible. And then environment and climate, etc. Lakes, rivers, agus, Lake Lanao. I've been the author of Lake Lanao Development Authority, hindi na napisa yan, but maybe in the Bangsamoro government, they can have the Lake Lanao Development Authority. And then all the cultural aspects which are dead or dying that has to be revived. Diba? The Islamic culture is so rich. Let's say the only remaining Torogan in Lanao del Sur, or the Lakub craft making, which I'm supporting in Lanao del Sur, and the other crafts, the Pisiabit making in Sulu, ang dami, all of that can be mapped. So source of livelihood, of cultural related livelihood, and biodiversity related livelihood. What are the endemic indigenous butterflies in the area? What are the protected areas? Yeah. What are the protected areas in ARM? In my INIPAS law, how many of those in the 100 are in the autonomous region? Then you can promote ecotourism and art. So beautiful. Have a bike lane around Lake Lanao, kaya ba yun? Diba? Have walking tours, have history tours in every, ang alam ko lang kasi, ang bihasa ko sa Maranao culture, but the others, not as beautiful as, I read somewhere in Isabela, di ba, meron, there was,
Sa Lamitan City yata, ma'am.
in Lamitan, there was a tourism, ecotourism. It's so rich, yeah. Agroforestry, ano doon. As NGP, earmarked, are you part of NGP? You are.
2012, ma'am, but now we are not.
Why?
Don't know, ma'am. Because
Aba.
the one is allocating is the DNR Central Office.
I know.
In fact, this was raised during our budget hearing in...
Why are you not part of NGP? When there are forests to be reforested, there are rivers to where you can plant bamboo. You need poverty reduction because NGP is not just for environment, but it's a poverty alleviation project. They can plant rubber, cacao, coconut, etc. Bakit hindi kayo kasama sa NGP?
In 2012...
Baka ayaw nyo
were
pagtanim,
part-
baka
No,
war torn,
that's-
baka
no,
may
ma'am.
ano.
In fact, we have local NGP out of our local fund, but that's not enough.
Baka
yeah.
duplication.
Not necessarily, ma'am.
Bakit ganun?
Kasi ang ang funds ng NGP is, in fact, even Congressman Loong, during our hearing in Congress, ma'am, raised that issue.
You have mangrove areas that need to be reforested unless
Hindi, but ma'am, in 2012, we were part eh. Only in 2013-14. Hindi naman, ma'am.
please sit down, Gov. Yan, pag nawawala headache ko, dumadaming ideas. So, can you sit down with
Pahe,
Director
ma'am.
Calderon and Sec Pahe? I'd like to know, if you're part in 2012, how can the program stop? Sayang naman. And ARM is one of the poorest regions, if not the poorest, with Caraga. But it's so rich in natural resources, which just has to be enhanced. So reforestation of mangroves, of forest, etc., should be part of it. Let's say, BIFAR, are you part of their aqua silviculture?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kung kasama kayo sa BIFAR, aqua silviculture is mangroves also, no? Similar to, no? Bakit kayo hindi kasama? So,
Ang pinagtatakan nga namin, ma'am, with
BIFAR
the...
pala kayo, yan.
Before ARM, ma'am. In fact, with DA, ma'am, meron kaming, pero not NGP program, yung regular program nila for agroforestry.
Kayo na please, can you sit down and find out by next week? Let me know, because they should earmark, say, the watersheds. Diba? The watersheds. Ilan ba ang nasa inyong source of power sa Mindanao maliban sa Agus?
Actually, may ongoing may ongoing study, ma'am, dito sa Lake Davao, no, aside from Lake Lanao. Then one in small time in North UP. Pero ang big time dito sa Lake Lanao talaga. That is Lake Davao and Lake Lanao.
Approve your budget today, but pending that answer, why you're not in the NGP, so that the budgetary allocation of NGP, dapat naka-earmark ang autonomous region. And I'm talking about crops for poverty reduction and reforestation as well,
Thank you,
including
ma'am.
mangroves.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why will they carve out ARM? And then, cultural mapping. Napakayaman ng ARM. Dapat kino-culture map nyo. Can you earmark who's in charge of culture for ARM?
Actually, ma'am, dapat, may directive kami sa DOT
Panoorin yung programa ko. Ako nag-culture map para sa inyo. Yung dayaw ko. Ang dami
DOT,
doon
yeah.
ng... Do something like that. But what I can only do so much. Can you allocate funds for culture mapping of all the ARM provinces? All your tangible and intangible heritage. Ang ganda-ganda.
Actually, may ma'am, kami task force dyan, yung Department of Tourism and Bureau of Culture and Heritage. Pero actually, more on local funds to out of our tax. Pero
Can I have a Karsuk book? I'll show you what we did. Ilan ang SUCs nyo in ARM?
we have SUCs, 11 SUCs.
Okay. we'll have a project. These 11 SUCs in ARM will replicate what the Cordillera SUCs did to map and to document the environment and agricultural indigenous practices of the Cordillerans. Kayo sa ARM, what are the environment, agriculture, and cultural practices which are unique to our Muslim peoples? And document that as a project of the 11 SUCs. I will see where I will put the budget, either in the SUCs, maybe one SUC, tapos i-divide, kamukha yung nangyari sa CAR, if so, if Ifugao State, tas dinivide nila among the 6.
Actually, ma'am, we have under supervision naman sila ng CHED arm because we have our own CHED. So, ang tingin ko pwede rin partnership because those universities...
So, it will be CHED arm with the 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, the 11, and it will be mentoring. I will tell the CARSUCs led by Dr. Ngohayon, siya naging lead ng IFSU, to teach the CHED arm and the 11 SUCs. Ito, ang ganda-ganda, oh. Ganda-ganda. Ano to 5 years of research. We compiled into one book. I supported them. Ang ganda-ganda documentation of indigenous knowledge. This is beautiful. Is there any such document or book for the whole ARM? Wala pa eh. It's about
Not
time
yet,
we have
ma'am.
this. O, kasing yaman kayo ng Cordillera, perhaps even more.
Thank you, ma'am, at naging chair kayo ng Committee on Finance.
Siyempre, dapat yan. So, it will have, ito kasi agriculture lang to, at saka environment. Sa inyo, idagdag nyo, heritage and culture. Built, tangible, and intangible. So, gusto ko makita ko dyan ang lakob. Gusto ko makita ko dyan ang bronze making, ang okir, ang lahat. Alam na yun, peace, everything. I want to see it there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
It will be the books of all books, a compendium of the richness of our Muslims in the Philippines.
Thank
Homework
you,
yan ng CHED arm, ha?
Yes, ma'am. And maybe with the OTC and Bureau of Culture.
Lahat kayo. Yes. And do it before you graduate. You should
Ma'am,
have
our
done this a long
graduation is
time
depending
ago.
on you, ma'am.
Huh?
Our graduation is depending on the Senate.
Yeah. Di ba ang ganda? So, a year from now, you will have this. Instead of voices from the Cordilleras, voices from the Bangsamoro. Ang ganda niyan. Guardians of the lake and the forest, the rivers. Beautiful. Diba? So that, and then, I think, together with your DepEd, you should do your culture mapping.
Yes, ma'am.
I will give you a consultant, si Eric Sarudo, to teach. And NCCA has those who do culture mapping. I will link you. Sino ba ang... you know the former mayor of Giwan? Tanong mo sa kanya ng culture mapping, yung ginawa nila sa Giwan. Bago na Yolanda. Ang ganda-ganda. They culture map the whole Giwan. Of course, it's only a town. Maybe you can just select certain towns in ARM. But if the whole ARM can be culture mapped, so lahat, ang ibig sabihin ng culture mapping, lahat ng iyong, hindi lang likas yaman, lahat ng history, likas yaman, personages, lahat nandun, para hindi mawawala sa atin. All languages. All languages. All scripts.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Budget na lang.
No, we'll put a budget for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ito a simple question. How do we restore peace and order in the autonomous region? How do we stop kidnapping of locals and of foreigners? How this industry must stop? The kidnapping or kidnap for ransom must stop.
Actually, ma'am, this is a matter of governance. Tingin ko, ang isang limitation lang kasi on our part, kahit pasabihin autonomous kami but we have limited power also over the local government units. Kasi we have the local government code, which is the direct supervision and control is based on the local government code. pagdating naman sa ARMM, parang, yes, we have supervision, pero ang reality nun, wala kami talagang direct na, in fact, ang dami na naming programs ginagawa talaga to capacitate yung local government units. Pero ako, ang assessment ko dyan, mahaba-haba pang lalakbayin namin dyan sa bagay na yan. So ito, kailangan ng concerted effort talaga. Kasi ang security...
Kidnapping ito, it's a profitable industry because people pay ransom. So, is this politically motivated, ideologically motivated, or simply criminal, outright criminality?
Actually, ma'am, combination of the two. Both criminality and ideological.
Na, wala nang mangyayari. How can investors come in, domestic and foreign, if this happens?
Actually, ma'am, kaya nga pinupush namin talaga ang passage. Honestly,
How can the passage of the Bangsamoro Basic Law curb, if not totally eliminate, kidnapping?
Because we give more authority to the Bangsamoro government more than ARMM. Then second, ang danger dito talaga pag hindi, hindi ito ang analysis at ang tingin namin dito. Pag madelay at hindi papapasa ang BBL, ang tingin namin, baka magkaroon ng malaking cracks and polarization. Baka lumaki ang kampo ng extremists compared doon sa mga rational persons or revolutionaries. Because of our, commitment, which the state did not comply, I think. Binigyan kami ng power, even arm, kaya namin. Pero definitely, hindi namin magagawa because it is Congress who can authorize and give us power.
Well, that power will come at the proper time when the BBL is enacted into law. I've already made my interpellations. I support the measure pending amendments, and I hope that passes. But we're at the budget now. So how else can I help you? Seaweed farming, for example. That's a very good source of livelihood. Are you being helped regarding that?
Well, actually, through BFAR, ma'am. BFAR. But, ma'am, this is the problem, actually. And this is actually addressed in the BBL already. But since BBL is not yet passed, the intergovernmental relation, for example, if you look at our budget, if you look at our budget, what is allocated in our agencies are only PS and MOE, except DPWH. All program funds are lodged in the national line agencies. So we are depending on the national line agencies.
The autonomy is not real. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Autonomy is not real. Anyway, I've read your budget, and I've already said what I want to do with your budget. I think this is part of documentation, but livelihood generation will come from BFAR. Where else?
Of agriculture, ma'am.
They're already helping.
We have program funds
For
from
example,
the central.
fish landing from BFAR. Our dream is to have a fish landing in every coastal municipality.
Not all, ma'am, but during in 2012 stimulus fund, I think more than 50% of our areas were given fish landing. But because of the DAP issue,
You
some of
already
the
have.
fish landing...
Okay, may I know how a fish landing in a 4th or 5th class municipality helps change the lives of people?
I call the attention, ma'am. May I recognize, of course, the director of BFAR, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. First of all our we have a target of fish landing for 2015 around 9 centers located in the different provinces. It will be
Already up?
Yes, ma'am.
How does it change the life of the people?
In the first place, this is located in a strategic area where all boats are landed. Those were established, the landings. Then we place some freezers.
May ice box.
Yes, with ice box and fish stalls for them to use to market their catch. And all the residents are being invited or encouraged to market their or to purchase their
I know how it works, but is there an impact on the lives of the people?
Yes, so much, ma'am, because we have a 30% fish loss in an average of 30%
Yes,
of fish
sayang
loss
eh,
on the
pag walang
harvest.
ice box,
But if
oo.
there's an ice box, ice freezer,
Did you provide that in
malaki po.
this budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Included.
kompleto na. Do we
But this is
have...
funded by the BIFAR Central Office, not under the BIFAR ARM budget.
Okay, we will earmark in the BIFAR budget fish landing in every coastal municipality in ARM to complete it.
It must be allocated, ma'am, through BIFAR ARM and not BIFAR Central Office for purposes of to fast track the implementation. Because our problem now, for example, just last few days, ma'am, I received a budget notice from DBM for school building, but it reaches our office just few days ago. It will delays the implementation of the projects.
We will ask, we'll ask Attorney Perez how we will carve it out and then give it to BIFAR ARM. Tignan natin kung paano yun. Oo. So, fish landing will really help. Kasi
Yes, ma'am.
this problem of peace and order is really dapat poverty reduction eh. So, fish landing, seaweed farming, BIFAR din yan.
We
Have
have,
we identified areas in ARM kung saan bagay ang seaweed farming?
Actually, ma'am, number 1 po tayo sa seaweeds production, and we still have 19,000 hectares of potential area for seaweeds, particularly in Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, and
19,000
hectares.
unharnessed.
Yes,
Eh, bakit hindi natin gamitin?
Wala tayong pondo.
Magkano ang kailangan ng pondo
Kano ba tayo per hectare?
per hectare?
1 per hectare is 18,000, ma'am. 1/4 hectare per family is 18,000 pesos.
Needed to fund
So
that.
around 72,000 per hectare.
Just give me
Times
in totality the unharnessed potential for seaweed in the number of how many 19,000 hectares.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Ilan po yun?
Around 1.3 billion. Laki po. Pero kaya naman natin yan little by little.
Hindi pwedeng
expand
little by
natin.
little kasi kailangan dito talagang buhos eh. Kailangan, if I had, I want a fish landing in every coastal municipality. I want seaweed farming to proliferate and use all the untapped hectarage for seaweed farming. I want to have a test the scholar for all those out-of-school youths who don't have, put them to school, put them in skills training so that they drop their guns and they're educated. And then, the presence of DepEd schools, kompleto. That's no problem. The rehabilitation of DepEd schools.
Ilang backlogs natin?
The Balton buildings, do you have heritage buildings?
Plus backlogs of school building.
DepEd schools.
Combination na yan, ma'am, ng new pati rehabilitation.
For DepEd, no? The national DepEd does not give you, or
Actually,
they
nagbibigay
assist?
every year, ma'am.
Can you give me the list of the 1,500? Because I know that PAGCOR gives its own. And I have never asked PAGCOR for any help. So, we will give your backlog of 1.5 to DepEd and see which they can accommodate. And the balance of which we will give to PAGCOR for them to finish.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Diba?
At sa kanila, ma'am. Ma'am, yung 1.5 kasama ma'am dyan yung yung senior high school na.
So I give it all to us, and we will give it to DepEd. Can you just coordinate with DepEd Central? Kayo na. And then, check mo, baka may naka-earmark na sa kanila. Kung anong hindi na earmark, we will urge them to include it. Kung anong hindi nila kayang i-absorb, i-refer ko sa PAGCOR.
Actually, by next week, ma'am, we will be having a meeting with DepEd Central Office.
So give us, after your meeting, ano nangyari.
Okay, ma'am.
I prefer lahat naka-earmark sa kanila. Ano pang kabuhayan bibigyan sa mga tao?
Actually, sa health, ma'am.
Yes.
Ang backlog natin sa health, ano na lang?
Sa barangay health stations.
Barangay health station.
Yes, we have-
Or RHU ba, meron pa tayo?
May RHU pa po na about 16.
10 RHU.
As simple as blood pressure machine for your BHWs. Di ba dapat yan ang mga barangay, kinukunan, ni matatanda, o maski hindi matatanda, to prevent, ganun kasimple. Because I know Secretary Garin is earmarking the distribution of digital machines for BP for BHWs. So in your selected areas, we'll give away for BHWs. Ganun kasimple. Or rural health centers. Especially sa mga liblib na lugar, you have to make government's presence felt.
Actually, ma'am, of 116 municipalities and 2 cities, we have 101 rural health units. Ang malaking backlog namin is more on barangay health station. Nasa 559.
Say it again, you have RHUs in every...
No, except 101 out of 116 municipalities. Then, sa barangay health station, we have a backlog of 559 barangay health station.
Health station.
Yeah.
Iba yun sa rural health unit.
Iba, ma'am. Kasi
Smaller.
ang rural health unit, more nasa municipal. Yeah.
Just give me your output, please, after your DepEd meeting so that we can finish your backlog of classrooms. And then give me your selected municipalities. I don't think I can do all for the earmarking for DOH Central, for BHWs, and for rural health units, if any, or barangay health centers. I will give it to Secretary in which she can accommodate as well.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then the SUC's project, the 11, with CHED-ARM. And CHED-ARM had to please, can my office connect you with IFSU so that you just see what they did? I'll give you a copy of this book so that you have an idea.
I'm about to say that, ma'am.
And then, before, to coordinate Attorney Assis Perez, so that we'll see how much he can give from his budget for your seaweed farming. Yes. Then we pass your budget. Ano pa?
Wala na, ma'am.
Sige.
May ma'am, kaso lang wag na.
Yeah.
Or ma'am, ano man, ma'am. Actually, ang major lang concern namin, ma'am, if we can, though we are arranging a meeting with line agencies in the central office
Yes.
to fast-track the downloading of the funds immediately after the passage of the GAA. Kasi usually nadidelay because of that relationship. Problem of autonomy. Current autonomy.
Not just you. Pati sa iba.
Actually, ma'am,
Ang bagal lang download.
we suggested to lower house during our hearing if they can put it in the GAA special provision. Pwede namang in-negative nila actually. In fact, we had a conversation already with DBM about this.
So what is the essence of your autonomy if you have to beg the national agencies for your funding and you have to wait forever till the end of the year for them to download the funds to you? What is the essence of your autonomy then?
Actually, ma'am, sabi ng DBM, pwede namang gawin yon basta ang Congress is papayag maglagay ng special provision for a comprehensive release. Tapos ang gagawin nila, magne-negative release sila sa central, ida-direct nila ang downloading.
Do you have a draft of that suggestion to the lower house? Kindly submit it to us also.
Yes, ma'am.
So that
Okay.
we're on the same page.
We will also coordinate with DBM, ma'am,
Yes.
on that matter.
With that, I thank you very much for being here. I apologize. It's a short budget because I'm not feeling too well, but that's good for you. Pwede muna kayo magmerienda, but the other agencies whom I said to go home, I can do the NCIP and the AMLC so that we're done.
Okay, ma'am, pwede na kami hindi magmerienda.
Yes.
Salamat, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Gov. And you improve your video.
Ma'am, we will do that, ma'am. We will hire an expert, ma'am.
I'll do it for you for free.
Thank you.
Kasi yung video parang grainy. Tapos hindi nakita yung yaman ng kultura eh.
Kung nangangipakita, pinipilit nila ko yan.
Electoral Tribunal eh. October 26, I'm out of the country. Dalawa lang yung dates na yan, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Vizcaya and Davao, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can't change the dates.
Not anymore,
Nakaset na,
ma'am.
oo. You can read my speech if you want.
Yes, we
Yeah.
will be.
Or I can tape a video message.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Yun na
will
lang.
be great, ma'am.
I'll tape a video message, yeah. That's
We-
so special to me, eh. And this is what I started, remember? Ito
Yes,
ba yun?
yes, ma'am.
Yung
This is-
renol out ko noong 2012,
Yes.
the National Indigenous Peoples, yung ginawa natin sa Marble Hall noon.
This is the second year?
Third.
Third year.
Third.
Third year. Yeah, third
Oo,
year. Third year.
Third year,
This is
yeah.
the third year, ma'am.
Vizcaya and Davao, no?
At hindi po kayo naka-absent.
Oo nga eh.
You're
Noon ako
always-
nagbagyo, Iloilo, Tagum. Tapos,
Dito sa museum,
sa Marble Hall. Tapos, ngayon kasi Vizcaya at saka
Mindanao,
Davao. Ang ganda sana. Hindi ako pwede. Yung November 5, yun ang Vizcaya?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yun ang imposible because we have it, the Electoral Tribunal. Yung set. Alam mo yun, di ba?
Yes.
You know, do you understand that?
Yes.
Yung October 26, kung di ako matuloy sa abroad, just get another speaker and I'll just show up in Davao kung di ako matuloy sa abroad.
But what about, just in case your video...
Then I will still do a video message.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay.
Just the same.
Still need to see your budget? Hindi na. Okay na yun.
We just have some concerns with the budget, ma'am. We are NCIP for 2016 is enrolled in the BUB. So we submitted from the DBM after the processes that they have done with the LGUs. They submitted to us list of projects under the BUB. So we have items in the BUB, but when our proposed budget for 2016 contained all the details where those BUB amounts should be allocated. But when the NEP came out, the BUB budget is incorporated in several items in the budget which is not specifically allocated. So there might be some, we have some issues on that. And we already referred the matter to DBM, but they said this hearing might help in clarifying those items.
The BOB consultation, I don't understand, was done, which included your agency.
Yes, ma'am.
The output, it doesn't mean that the budget will be given all to NCIP. Nakakalat yan sa ahensya na siyang may competence to do that. That's how it is.
Ma'am, the amount allocated to NCIP are those 4 items that the competence is only with NCIP, especially ancestral domain, ADS DPP formulation, indigenous political structure, and all these things.
You said it's missing in the NEP.
It's there, but it's can I have Director Kilaman to explain?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the BUB, NCIP has 3 enrolled menu. That's the delineation and titling of ancestral domains, as the PP formulation and documentation of IPS. So from the ground, we were able to receive 48 project proposals in the amount of 33 million. Now, based on NEP po, incorporated yung 33 million sa NEP, kanya lang hindi ma-identify yung specific BUB projects po doon. The only problem, there's a special provision with regards to the approval of a certain amount for BUB, which is 33 million. But in terms of the details, hindi po makita sa net.
No, it's there. Nakita ng LBRMO, Attorney Doblon. Magaling ang mata niyan eh, utak niyan. Nandyan, don't fear. She said it's there.
Yeah, nandun po nga, ma'am, yung amount. Pero inilagay, instead of separate items na naka-allocate for specific regions, they incorporated it dun sa mga items na nasa NCIP regular projects. So, mahirapan kami.
It should be separate.
Yes, ma'am, and specifically identified kasi yung binigay sa amin na listahan may mga regions kung saan baka mamaya magkaroon ng
sa implementation
yes,
sa region, kung hindi naka-specify kung ano yung
yes,
proyekto,
yes,
mahalo sa usual activities.
Yeah, and the IPs at the specific regions, ma'am, nag-expect na sila na pupunta sa kanila, pero hindi...
O di ibigay nyo sa amin yung breakdown nun. So we will identify it line item.
Thank you very much,
So
Your
it's not
Honor.
absent, it's just specific.
Yes, ma'am.
Give it to us, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We will.
Okay yan, Attorney Yoli. Oo. It's just clarifying it, naka-line item sa regions para hindi mahalo sa usual. By town, naka-itemized daw eh.
Yes, actually, ma'am, it's itemized, but in terms
Yung
of its
activity hindi
integration
nakalagay.
sa NEP, nag-overlap po sa regularly funded activities of
saying
NCIP
nahalo?
under Tier 1. Yes, yes, ma'am, naghalo po.
Iwalay natin from your regular funding and the BUB funding.
Although pag ihiwalay po natin, ma'am, magkakaroon ng additional because meron po kaming regular under tier 1 na 33 million. Then we add that additional of 33 million under BUB, so maging 66 million lahat. So we lack 33 million for the BUB to be integrated. Supposed to be doon po sa approved NEP.
So, ibig sabihin, dadagdag ang budget nyo?
Yes, ma'am, to include yung 33 million ngayon na BUB talaga. Kasi although merong allocation doon
I
for
thought you were
BUB,
simply
kinuha po doon sa
asking-
tier 1.
I thought you were simply asking for line item identification. Now you're asking for a double of your budget. I don't understand.
No, ma'am. Ang problema po kasi doon sa NEP, merong special provision approving the amount of 33 million under BUB. Pero kung titignan po natin sa detalye, wala po siya doon. Kung sabihin natin, pipilitin natin mag-identify doon, it would overlap doon po sa mga regularly funded projects namin.
What you're saying is that this is your budget, but the output of the BUB is this budget, and you want an additional double of your budget. I cannot do that.
No,
Because
ma'am.
what I understand from the chair is you have a budget, and all you need is for it to be identified so that it is not mixed with the regular budget.
Ganito po, ma'am. We have our proposed budget, yung regular budget. And then,
Remember, we have to
DBM
stick to what was
approves,
given in the NEP.
yeah, and then DBM approves BUB, addition of 33 million. Pero yung 33 million, wala po sa NEP. Yes.
Ibig sabihin, hindi na-approve. Wala sa NEP.
Most probably. Pero approved po siya sa special provision. That's the problem.
Noon, gamitin nyo ang inyong regular budget for the output of the BUB.
Yun ang mangyayari doon, ma'am.
Diba?
If we
Ganun
go by the provision of the special provision. So, ang magsasacrifice po doon yung regular POPs namin under Tier 1 na dapat hindi po nagagalaw yung Tier 1 proposal. Because BUB comes through the Tier 2, which is only an expansion of what we have under Tier 1.
What is the Tier 1?
Tier 1, ma'am, yan po yung continuing activity by the NCIP na hindi pa po nag-graduate, which means naka-hard ceiling po siya. While yung Tier 2, yan po yung mga new projects or
Okay.
expansion.
Give to the committee, please, your, ano yung Tier 1? And what are the output of the BUB? Yung para maintindihan namin, ano yun? Baka may overlap naman, doesn't have to be double because ang hirap naman pag double, where will I find that? But there may be activities in BUB which are part of your regular activities, we'll see. But give me what is contained. Can we have DBM to explain to us why this happened? Is DBM here? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, could they kindly explain, DBM? Please take the seat, take the floor. explain? Did you mean that the regular budget will cover the BUB activities, or did you, so that the special provision is not funded in the NEP? Kindly explain. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Manalisa Basa, and I am the analyst from the Department of Budget and Management. Yes, ma'am. So, relative po for the BUB, we understand that this BUB is already included in the regular budget, meaning it is already attributed to the existing NEP. Kumbaga, nakapasok na po siya doon. Kasi, yung Tier 1 po kasi nila is 836, tapos may inad po kami na 33 na additional 57 million. So, part of that po, yung MOO is yung 33 million. Kumbaga, pasok po siya talaga doon sa budget niya ngayon sa NEP. Nakasama po siya. Yes po, ganun po siya. Although pinasok po talaga namin siya sa special provision, just to emphasize na meron kayong provision para sa BUB. Kaya nandun po siya sa sa special provision. Pero yung sinasabi niyo pong detalye, yung details po ng BUB na binigay ninyo sa DBM na forward naman ng BUB RIU namin, na i-forward, na isama po namin siya sa budget preparation and sa proposal.
What you're saying is that whatever is allocated already includes the regular activities and the output of the BUB.
Yes po, included
Because
po siya.
the regular activities are a product of the BUB consultations.
Yes po, part na po siya. Attributed
That is
na
the
siya sa
answer.
regular program. Thank you po.
I may, Your Honor, because this will greatly affect the operations of NCIP, because the regions submitted their own budget, and then we consolidated it, and the BUB has a separate proposal for 2016, and if they will take from the regular budget of NCIP the 33 million for the BUB, that's very
To clarify from the DBM, in every agency, is there a regular budget and a BUB budget, or the BUB is a consultation process, it's not a special budget? Ganun ba? Meron ba talaga, bawat ahensya pa, regular budget, BUB budget? Ganun ba? Hindi eh. It's nakahalo talaga, blended talaga yun eh. It's not separated. Hindi siya ba above the ceiling. Because, in fact, there are agencies where you don't see where the BUB is because it is lodged in other agencies that have the competence to implement it. It's not an additional budget. It is a budget procedure where consultation is done in the grassroots, where your budget is the same budget or perhaps augmented but born out of consultation. It's not a BUB budget na hiwalay, di ba? Tama, Attorney Yoli? Sa lahat ng ahensyang hinir ko, wala naman nakatumpok na hiwalay na BUB. It's part of the budget talaga eh. You cannot expect a separate BUB budget.
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, kung titingnan po natin yung detalye ng NEP, yung pumasok doon sa NEP na approved, actually hindi BUB projects yun eh. It's different. Okay lang sana kung BUB projects yun na nag-reflect doon. Talagang ganun na po yun, approved talaga yung BUB. But the fact is, hindi po eh. Kung titingnan po natin yung detalye ng NEP, approved NEP.
You know, you must understand what BUB means. BUB is not a project. BUB is not even a program. All BUB means is grassroots participatory budgeting, bottoms-up budgeting. Ang ibig sabihin lang po niyan ay kinonsulta ang iba't ibang sektor sa pagka-craft ng budget. In short, kung 3.002 trillion ang budget, ay malaking parte dyan ay kinonsulta ang mga sektor. This is a process. It's a consultative procedure. It is not a separate program where there will be BUB budgets. Tama ba ako, Attorney Yoli? Hindi naman ito lump sum na binibigay sa ahensya eh. Ano? Baka mali ako.
Precisely, ma'am. Kanya lang yung detalye po, yun yung nawawala. Okay lang kung mag-appeal sa detalye ng NEP na BUB yun,
How
yun
do
po
you
talaga.
do that? The details of that?
In 2015, presentation was a separate line item. But in 2016, it is now part of the total budget.
Yun ang ginawa ng DBM, hindi na hinuwalay.
Hiwalay ng linya.
Kaya naninibago ang ahensya ngayon. Hindi lang sila, lahat. Lahat ng ahensya. Because in 2015 nakahiwalay.
And one thing, ma'am,
Teka, dati kasi nakahiwalay. So in short, if may 100 pesos na budget, 50 yung regular, 50 ito. Kaya hinahanap nila ngayon itong ano. Ang ginawa ngayon, not just for NCIP, for all agencies.
Sinama na naka-integrate na doon sa mga regular activities.
Because meaning that the whole budget was born out of consultation.
Portion of that is based on the request of the local governments.
Because if we line item their BUB, everyone gagawin natin yon. Ang dugo-dugo nun.
Maglalagay tayo ng isang line item na naka-identify na BUB.
Then we will ask all agencies to identify all the BUBs.
We have a list of the BUBs of the agencies.
What is DBM suggestion?
So, in previous years po kasi, there were suggestions na coming from agencies na kumbaga ipapakita yung BUB projects para daw ilalabas natin sa NEP. Pero hindi po yun na-approve kasi nga lahat po ng agencies magdidemand na mas lalong hahaba yung detalye natin. So, nilagay na lang po siya, nilodge na lang po siya sa special provision wherein doon mo po makikita kung para saan yun. And then that amount will be exclusively for BUB na hindi siya pwedeng gamitin sa ibang line item.
You have to comply with the DBM because we cannot recast the budget. That will be too detailed. You have to live within the budget allocated by DBM, and all agencies are like you. You should see the others. Worse, they're really cut down to the bone. And it's a catch-all special provision.
Another thing, ma'am, actually NCIP just enrolled for BUB for fiscal year 2016. Actually, wala po kaming BUB for 2013, 14, 15 to start with.
Hindi kayo sinama?
Wala po. Ngayon lang po for 2016. Kaya sabi namin talagang under Tier 2 po yun, new program for incorporation pa sa regular
Can you kindly
program.
give me one example of your BUB project na wala sa inyong regular activities?
Well, definitely, ma'am. In 3 areas, meron po kaming delineation and titling at CPP formulation and IPS documentation. Of course, nasa regular namin siya, but in terms of specific location, different na po siya. Because based on our regularly funded
But titling
projects.
is part of your regular budget.
Yes, Madam Chair, but that would differ in terms of specific location.
And I hope that you're already coordinating with the interagency task force. You're part of it, no? So there's no duplication of titles.
Precisely,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Yep.
So that's part of your regular task. Why should it be an output of BUB?
In the case of NCIP, we identify priority areas for intervention, while in the case of the BUB, it's the LGUs together with the CSOs and IPOs at those level, those who qualify for BUB, who actually identifies. So while
Apart from that, what are the other BUB activities that are different from your regular activities?
there are no other activities, ma'am.
That's part of your regular activities. You're saying that this is just identification of other areas apart from the regular areas.
Yes, ma'am, and that's very crucial in terms of prioritization. Just like if under our regularly submitted budget proposal, one area for delineation and titling is in Kalinga, and a BUB is submitted from Sarangani. So that would mean 2 different
There are areas which will not be fulfilled, hindi magagawa.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please submit to us for study those that were product of the BUB but were not included. I'll have to check where I can get it.
Yes, Madam Chair.
How much is total?
33 million.
Kindly submit it. We'll see.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And please add your justification why it's important.
Apa.
Okay. Number one, you will submit that. Number two, you will meet with the DOE and communicate with each other on your problems between the two agencies. Are the areas of NCIP, ancestral domain areas, part of the NGP?
There are areas, Madam Chair, that cater to or has NGP project implemented, but not all.
Does NCIP coordinate with all the state universities and colleges in your certain areas?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are the activities between SUCs, CHED and SUCs, and NCIP?
For example, in Mindanao, we have the USEP catering where the Pamulaan project of the Assisi Foundation is located and incorporated in their program, and NCIP's scholars, IP scholars are also enrolled there, and they do some sort of research and documentation of community profile, culture, and...
Talking about scholarships, do you have a line item for a budget for scholars? There used to be in the previous years.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have this education assistance program for the indigenous peoples.
How do you identify the IPs?
There are procedures that will start from the community through their elders, and we have guidelines in the implementation of the IAP. So the field people will comply or follow the procedures outlined in these guidelines.
Is it possible for us to give the scholarships in the SUCs and there would be, let's say, X number of scholars only for IP scholars? Pwede ba yun? Diretso na sa SUCs?
If I may answer that, Your Honor, there are SUCs actually offering IP scholarship where NCIP is also part in the screening of the grantees.
I can't recall the year where I put in, when there was PDAF, scholarships for IPs. I'm not sure if I put it in NCIP or in, I think NCIP. Hindi ko alam nangyari doon. Panahon ni Kenny Insigne. I don't know what happened.
Regarding that amount, ma'am, I was told that it was used in the restoration of the amount that was cut during that particular period.
Scholarship only for 1 year or for 4 years?
For 4 years, for as long as
be.
the student comply with the minimum requirements.
Just to note, I'd like to look into giving scholarships for indigenous peoples where applicable in state universities where there are IPs in the area. Yeah. I cannot give an amount. I'll just look into that. And I'll see whether I should lodge it in NCIP or in the SUC and just to earmark it there for IPs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we will look into your 33 million and what kind of activities in the titling in certain areas. We will look into the possibility of earmarking scholarships for IPs, not in all the 114 SUCs, but where applicable. And then pending the passage of the IP Resource Center bill in the lower house, we're creating one in UP Visayas, but we want to replicate it in other areas depending the passage of the law. Yun na muna. Okay, ubos na.
Thank you po.
What is the NCIP doing to alleviate poverty of our IPs? How can we improve the IP's economic status?
In that sense, Your Honor, NCIP has no enough funds, but we collaborate with other government agencies, especially DSWD. We forged an agreement with the SWD in terms of the implementation of the Kalahi seeds. We have this 4Ps for indigenous peoples. They are
How
enrolled.
many IPs are enrolled in CCT?
At present, there are more or less 500,000, 586 families, IP families enrolled in the 4Ps, and NCIP and the SWD is actually trying to come up with an IP-sensitive 4Ps program. May natapos na yung mga consultations, may mga may framework na dahan-dahan na ngayon na implement.
You working with TESDA and the DepEd in TESDA so that skills training, VocTech training includes IP skills, IP knowledge, IP arts and crafts making, etc. I've talked about that with TESDA resigned Secretary Villanueva. Nagbunga kaya yun? I don't know if he's doing it. I'll find out from TESDA. And with regards to DepEd, for DepEd, where applicable, to teach IP culture in those areas, in the national high schools or even elementary where IPs are present.
As far as the first item, Your Honor, with TESDA, NCIP is coordinating with TESDA at the national level, and actually there are already programs of TESDA implemented at the community level where the indigenous peoples are participants in their programs.
Program of TESDA applies to IPs. In short, what program did TESDA develop that would be an IP skill?
Vocational and trade, and specifically in the making of for example, weaving, carpentry, and dressmaking. But Your Honor, these particular programs are implemented sa mga lower grounds ng hindi talaga doon sa mga far areas.
The implementing it itself, or do they accredit schools which teach this?
They have accredited schools, Your Honor.
That NCIP assisted in setting up? No.
Not necessarily.
Can you give me one school which is TESDA accredited that teaches IP skills? In short, an IP Tech Voc training center accredited by TESDA. Because I told this to them 2 years ago. I want to check if they're actually implementing it.
Give me a moment, Your Honor.
Because never mind. Kung hindi pa ginagawa, paggawa ninyo, sinabi ko na yan eh. It's a tech voc arm of government. How many IPs do we have all over the country? 15? 12?
More than 14 million estimated
Okay,
population.
15 million IPs. Maski na 10% lang yan. Less. We should have TechVoc, accredited TechVoc training institutes targeted for IPs, for IP culture, IP skills, IP knowledge, IP crafts. Hindi pa rin ginagawa. That's what I want to fund. That's what I want to do with TESDA and you and NCCA. But more you and TESDA. Sinabi ko na yan 1 year ago, di ba? Yes, girls? Di ba? Sinabi ko sa TESDA. NCCA. Every hearing, every year. Yeah, but NCCA is, council naman yan eh. Sa TESDA, no? Yan ang gusto kong gawin nyo.
Yes, we will work on that, Your Honor.
Parang nakadalawang taon ako dito, yan sinasabi ko palagi.
But for NCIP, with all due respect,
I told TESDA. I think, now I recall, in Bailiff Hotel.
But NCIP recognizes the relevance of TESDA in the community, IP community, Your Honor. Precisely, we already have that coordination with TESDA, but we need to know how it is on ground being implemented, Your Honor.
Please, you have 2 weeks till we resume, till the end of October. Please, whoever is the OIC, who replaced Secretary Villanueva, check in tayo, please, with your executive director, and yan yung round table, go to TESDA, find out how they can create schools themselves, or not even schools, develop within their programs skills training for IP skills, because kayo lang makakaalam ano ba tong IP skills na ito in selected regions. They have the budget, they have the people, they have the regional offices, they have provincial offices. And all you need to do is to identify what are these skills. And they should support it with their funds. Pero yung substance nun, yung konsepto, manggagaling sa inyo.
Yes, Your Honor. We have already this TWG with TESDA precisely to draft that particular.
Can you kindly do it within this month of October, because I will meet them before the end of October for the output of that, which I've been telling them for years. I don't want them to come back to me and say, we don't know what to do, we don't know the IP skills. That input will come from you. Because ang pakay natin dito ay panatiliin at buhayin at palaguin ang kaalaman ng IP skills sa iba't ibang rehiyon, sa iba't ibang lugar. So, maaring hindi lahat ng rehiyon kung saan may concentration na IP. Di ba ang ganda kung meron mga TechVoc schools ng mga IP skills sa mga SLTs? Ang ganda-ganda noon.
Yes, Your Honor. We will work on that with TESDA.
Maganda ba? Ako lang nagagandahan.
Maganda nga po, ma'am.
Ba't hindi nyo ginagawa? Ang taga ko na sinasabi noon.
We started already, ma'am, pero hindi nga madali kasi nga iba yung competencies ng indigenous people. So we have really to sit down with TESDA, just like what we did with DepEd, in trying to formulate an IP sensitive curriculum. So that
correct. DepEd dapat din. Dapat tinuturo sa mga lugar na laganap ang IP, ang kultura nila at mainstream sa DepEd curriculum sa lugar na yun.
May mga ganun na
pati kanta, sayaw, sulat, kultura, ang lahat nandyan. Pagkain, pangangalaga ng kalikasan. Diba?
Yes, ma'am. Yung mga areas na may mga IP schools, ganun na po yung ginagawa. And NCIP on its part, in partnership with DepEd, may mga teachers din na nagtuturo sa IP schools na we tried to orient on culture sensitivity vis-a-vis yung pagtuturo nila sa indigenous people schools.
Kasi kundi mamamatay at mawawala ang kaalaman. Oo. Yeah. So please do it within the next 2 weeks so that before the October 31 break, you can give us output of what you agreed with TESTA because I will meet with them also. Because I really want them, in a partnership with you, to develop TechVoc training for IP. And we will not reinvent the wheel. This will be IP, this will be indigenous people's skills, indigenous people's knowledge and skills to be, how do you say it? To be taught the test the way, but inaakma syempre sa IP. Example, give me one skill. I'll just explain to you what it means. Weaving. Weaving, yan, pinakamadali. Weaving. Weaving, let's say, sa Banawe. Yan, madaling intindihin. Di ang TESDA mag-accredit ng mga weaving schools kung meron man o mag-create sila noon. At kung kailangan ng capital outlay, ng looms, etc., tulungan ng TESDA, bigyan nila. Kung hindi, lumapit sa ibang ahensya na nagbibigyan ng looms, kung PhilFida man o DTI man. Ganun lang yun eh. Kasi ayokong mangyari na mayroong mga IP na masasayang ang kanilang kaalaman, kasi walang pambili ng loom, kasi walang nagtuturo na, kasi ganito. Nandyan ang daming-daming pera ng gobyerno at ang daming ahensya ng gobyerno na yun ang mandato nila. Pero malay naman nila hanggang hindi sabihin ng NCIP. Kaya lahat ng inyong skills ilista nyo. Ilista nyo kung saan mahanap ng skills na yan, sa anong grupo ng katutubo, sa anong lugar sa ating bansa, at itugba nyo sa TESDA Regional Provincial Offices. Pero, gawin nyo yung general template sa National TESDA at yung partnership, ibuo nyo. Tapos, kayo ang magtuturo sa kanila kung anong skill. Yung bids ba na ginagawa ng mga tiboli? Pwede yon. At ituturo nila. But we will not teach the IPs how it will be done. Para lang ma-institutionalize natin, like if dressmaking and food processing and carpentry and vulcanizing, it's institutionalized in TESDA. Why not the skills of our indigenous peoples? Right? So, it will be a TESDA IP project that can even be specially funded there. Because I want to see the blossoming of TechVoc schools that will focus on IP skills. Or ayaw ng IP to, baka naman mali ako. Kung ayaw ng IP, baka naman mali ako. Sasabihin nyo. You're right po, ma'am. Hindi, baka mali eh. Baka naman gusto ng IP, pabayaan lang sila at wag ba kailangan TESDA. You tell me, please.
Yung TechVoc na naumpisahan ng TESDA isa lang kasi ang may mga areas kasi sa Mindanao, very much welcome po sa community, ma'am.
Okay. Ano pa? What happened, bagong executive director nyo? How long have you been there?
I'm only an OIC, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm,
Are you IP? No?
Designated. I am not.
Where are you from?
I'm from Bicol.
No, I mean, you're from NCIP?
I've been
Career?
with NCIP for over 2 decades.
Really?
From
Career?
Omasisi.
What do you do in NCIP?
Before my post as OIC Executive Director, I had a stint with the Finance and Admin, and before that, I was a Regional Director in Bicol.
I see.
For about 13 and a half years.
What happened to your Executive Director? Si Marlea? Marlea Nunez? Last hearing, it was Marlea.
Yeah, she's no longer with NCIP.
She resigned?
She
Was she career?
She was replaced. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
How long was she with you?
Almost a year.
Just 1 year. What happened? Bakit ganun? What happened?
Your Honor, she was replaced by the President appointed an OIC Executive Director. So she left already.
Before Marlea, who was it?
Was Attorney Basilio Wandag, na retired na po. Compulsory retirement.
I see. Ay, nako. Sige, bago marami pa ko itatanong. Pahinga na kayo. Bagobo ho kayo?
Matigsalog po, Your Honor.
Matigsalog.
Yes po.
Kala ko mali ang tingin ko sa jacket nyo.
Sa Bukidnon po yung
Sa Bukidnon, Matigsalog, hindi pala Bagobo, mali. Si Commissioner Banwa po. Tagbanwa. Yes, saan po sila?
Palawan po.
Bakit Visayas kayo?
Yes po, yung ethnographic areas
Kasama
po,
ang Palawan.
kasama po yung Region 4B at saka yung Visayas. Kaya
I see.
island groups all
Saan
in
po kayo sa, saan po kayo sa Palawan?
Aborlan po.
Aborlan. Nako, maglalagay ba ng coal dyan? Hindi Pumayag ba kayo?
Actually po yung proposed areas po
Habang
sa Aborlan,
usapan
wala
natin.
na po ma'am, Your Honor, pero nailipat po sa nearby municipalities that is in Nara po.
So, matutuloy ang coal?
On process po sila ng kanilang mga permits.
Bakit papayag ang mga tao doon?
So, wala pa po sa amin po, wala pa naman yung sa
Aborlan,
IP.
di pumayag, di ba?
Yes po. Well, hindi po pumayag yung Aborlan.
May mga
kaya po.
IPs ba sa Nara?
Yes po.
Kontrahin nyo yun. Ba't kapayag kayo ng coal sa Palawan?
If I may, Your Honor, it's not NCIP who will decide.
I know.
Yeah, it's the community, but at least in that community, the IPs were not consulted. There is no
That's
FPIC.
why you have a right to say that you were not consulted and coal should not happen in Palawan. Yeah. So, Nara, lumipat.
Simula po is in Nara talaga. Tapos hindi pinayagan ng mga ilang mga katutubo. At saka may malapit po ito sa isang Katala areas, habitats, kaya naalis po doon.
Anong habitat po yun?
Yung
Rasa?
Rasa po, Rasa Island. In Rasa
That's why.
Yeah. Pero nilipat po sa Aborlan, din nag-ayaw po yung Aborlan.
And then balik sa Rasa.
Binalik sa Nara, but in other barangays po.
It's a protected area. Can you call EMB? Kuna? How can that happen? Pwede. Can you call EMB Kuna? How can that happen? Kala ko wala na. Sabi wala na. Baka mamaya pagtalikod ko, gagawin na naman nila. Ano pong kabuhayan ng Matagbanwa? Seaweed farming.
Yung seaweed farming po dito po sa Calamian Islands, dito po sa bayan ng Coron, Busuanga, and Coron po. Yung sa mainland Palawan po, marami po sa amin is magsasaka, farmers po. Then, andun po yung sa hunting and gathering po sa mga non-timber forest products, and then fishing naman po yung iba.
Si Commissioner Cosme, Matisalog sa Bukidnon po.
Opo, mayroon.
Okay. Si Commissioner Bronner po.
From Nueva Vizcaya, Chair.
Vizcaya. Gadang.
I am a Gadang.
Gadang.
Yes, Your Honor.
I always wear Gadang outfits. Yeah. Ano po ang kabuhayan ng mga Gadang? Farming.
May farming. Most of them are professional, Your Honor. Mga talagang nagkuleya, may mga karamihan sa kanila.
Ano po?
But nagkuleyo.
Oo, opo.
But yung mga lower ranks, talaga farmers.
Ba't hindi kayo nakasuot ang Gadang? Ganda-ganda pa naman.
Ano ko, naiwan ko lang yung uniform ko, yung costume ko.
Okay.
Kasi po galing pa kaming Jensan, Your Honor.
Ano meron sa Jensan?
Doon kami en bank session, mga deliberations ng CADTI for Region 12 po. Kaya galing pa kaming Jensan.
Okay.
Kaya wala silang...
Where are you from? Davao kayo, no?
Davao del Sur, Your Honor.
You're a?
Taga Kaulo po.
That is the IP group? No, the
None.
IP group.
This is from Region 12, the Blaan.
Balaan.
Blaans.
But you are Balaan, no?
No, not.
You are
I'm a taga-Kaulo.
Taga-Kaulo. Yan ang hindi ko alam masyado.
Yeah.
From Davao Sur.
From Davao del Sur.
In what town?
Municipalities of Malita. Ang taga-Kaulo, ako po from Malita, pero yung ancestral domains ng taga-Kaulo, Malita, Santa Maria, Malalag, and portions of Malungon and Alabel.
Taga-Kaulo. Yan ang hindi ako familiar masyado ng IP group. Ano ang kabuhayan ng taga-Kaulo?
Most of us farming.
Are you being helped by the DA?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, NCIP and DA has a partnership in the implementation of MINSAAD, Mindanao Agri-Development, something like that program, na ang mga indigenous peoples ay naging participants doon sa mga programa nila.
Okay. Thank you. Si Commissioner Sumawang, sorry.
Magandang hapon po.
Pampanga, Tarlac?
Tarlac po,
Tarlac.
Senator.
Opo.
Tribong Aita, Magansi po.
Ang Aita at Ati at Agta, pare-pareho? Iba?
Magkakaiba po yung salita.
Ibang salita?
Opo.
Yung mga sa amin na antike, mga Ati. Ati o Aita? Pag Ati, no? Anong kaibahan po ng sa inyo na Aita ng Tarlac at Ati ng antike?
Magkakapareho po kami ng kulay, buhok. Pero yung salita, hindi po kami
Kulay lang.
nagkakaintindihan. Opo.
At saka belt. Ang kultura? Ang kultura, ibig sabihin na
magkaiba rin po.
Iba?
Magkaiba rin po,
iba?
Madam Senator.
Iba ang yung mga indigenous systems
Magkaiba po.
and agricultural practices na kaalaman ng Aita ng Tarlac at Ati ng Antique, iba po?
Magkaiba po. Pero nadagdagan po yung kaalaman po namin doon sa agriculture na sistema. Yung sa, nag-aararo na rin po yung mga katutubo.
Ano po?
Gamit po sa farm yung Carabao sa pagtatanim.
Natutulungan ba kayo ng Philippine Dairy Authority sa livestock dispersal?
Hindi po, Madam Senator. Bali, sarili lang po ng sikap.
Bakit ganon?
Sa livestock kasi, ma'am, sa ganong usapin, hindi pa gaanong open ang indigenous people sa mga livestock na malakihan po. Culturally.
Hindi makailangan malakihan. Hindi lahat ng gustong mag-alaga ng hayop, ng livestock, cow or kalabaw or goats, mag-apply kayo at mag-request sa Dairy Authority.
Hindi po namin yan nagawa. Pero
You can ask.
But yung mga, may mga ganon din na programa ang DA.
That's under DA.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can also ask them. Yeah. At NGP, you're in touch na with them, no? Yung areas na pwede kayo mag-mangrove reforestation, pwede kayo maggawa ng mga nursery sa mga areas. No.
That's one issue we have with the implementation of the NGP kasi yung instead of empowering the community or kasi may poverty alleviation din po ito, yung mga seedlings kasi, ma'am, isiship pa para malayong lugar instead of constructing nursery in the community. So yun yung isang issue namin na sana madahan-dahan na ganun talaga dapat.
Why should it be shipped when it can be grown? Dapat sumuisibol doon. They should establish nurseries.
Dahan-dahan na ngayon, ma'am, may ano na.
Dahan-dahan, patapos na yung programa.
But not with, there are nurseries, but not with the DENR. We have partner, for example, there are investments already in the ancestral domain. So sila yung
ARM. Ang sabi niya? Unliquidated. Yeah.
While we discuss the matter with DNR, may mga partners, CSO din, na talagang yung mga nursery ay nandun na sa community, ma'am.
Okay.
With the LGU also.
Sige, dadami pang tanong ko. Okay na. So we will look into your 33 million BUB. Puro patituluhan kayo. Baka mga overlapping titles yan.
Hindi po, ma'am. Kasi may, kaya,
Bigyan nyo justification nyo. Sige.
may JAW na, ma'am, yung Joint Administrative Order.
Alam ko.
So, we cannot title, we cannot register kung hindi namin tatanggalin yung mga vested rights sa loob.
Okay. O yung mga abusado na nag-extort, magkusumbong ako sa'yo, diretso. Baglang, ang daming sumbong sa akin ng mga ahensya. Hindi lang DOE.
Mas maganda po kung may pangalan, ma'am, and may ebidensya.
Sino bang ahensyang palagi umaangal sa NCIP? DOE and what? DAR? DAR ba? O DA? Marami. Ha? Sabi ko, why don't you send, sabi ko nga, come to the hearing so that you can meet. Sino mga ahensya? They come to me and ano. Ano ba? DOE lang naalala ko eh. Yun lang naalala ko, DOE. Mag-meeting na kayo.
Yeah, ma'am. We welcome that. We welcome
sige.
the meeting.
Okay.
Kasi kailangan din
Tapos pag
namin.
may umangal sa akin, sabihin ko sa ibabato ko sa inyo yung problema.
Yes,
kung
ma'am.
sino yung mga magugulo,
Yes,
baka naman hindi magulo, baka naman may karapatan talaga, tapos hindi lang nakakaintindihan, di ba? Ganun lang yun eh. Pero yung mga instant IP, wag na yun, ha?
Maiwasan mo man po yan, ma'am, kasi may validation talaga na ginagawa bago pa man sila makapagsabi na okay or not.
Yeah. Dapat din ang ating mga provincial, regional office, wag umuudyok sa mga IP na, sige, pumunta kayo dyan, tapos mag-ano, ganun eh, minsan nag-uudyok daw eh. Again, these are all very general, sumbong, because they know that I chair since time immemorial, akong chair ng committee to na wala namang gusto mag-chair. Pag cultural committees, palaging automatic binibigay sa akin, akong matyagaan na hinihimay ko yung mga problemang yan.
Maraming salamat, ma'am, for accepting kasi mas naintindihan mo po yung katutubo.
Yes, but we will not tolerate also those things. So.
Yes, we understand that very well,
But
ma'am.
what I want to see is the same passion you have for titling is equally the same passion for cultural promotion and preservation and education.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi kaya nga po nandun yung ano namin, yung core, nandun yung sa ancestral domain and yung sa culture. We kahit maliit na budget, we tried documenting the culture, the indigenous knowledge, and the indigenous political structure of the indigenous communities para wala
Nakita
nang...
niyo yung aking karsuk, no? Yung Cordillera book ko with the Cordillera SUCs. Did you see it? Let's give them a copy.
Wala pa po kaming copy, ma'am.
Oh. Mura lang yun eh. Gawin niyo yun. Do it in every region where there are IPs. Ayan. Challenge ko sa inyo.
May ginawa na po, inumpisahan na, ma'am.
Patingin.
Documentation. Or wala,
Okay, documentation, you put it in the book. Can I have a copy of the Karsuk? Cordillera SUCs.
Thank you very
So
much.
kayo
ma'am.
na, coordinate with your SUCs in the respective regions, come up with such a book. It's all this documentation, sayang, just compile it in a book form. Of course, it has to be editorialized, written, etc., photos. It's pretty good, not perfect. It's a documentation of the indigenous knowledge in environment and agriculture.
Yes,
I'll give you a
ma'am.
copy of the book.
Yeah. Ngayon po, ma'am, if I may inform you, we have partnership with University of the Cordilleras. Yeah, for capacity development patungkol sa documentation ng customary laws. Yeah. So, with the Ma'am, wala po kaming pera. Itong siyempre na ano naman po, ma'am, sa ancestral domain. But ito nga, itong money para dito. Project natin with the EU, supported by the UNDP and EU.
Your budget is approved pending the submissions of your requests, and we'll see you in plenary.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We welcome our last agency. Executive Director Attorney Julia Bakayabad and our AMLAC team present here today. You have the smallest budget, I think. Traditionally, you have 40 million, 30 million. Now you have 68. And the capital outlay for computerization has already been granted in your NEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we approve your budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And we will adjourn the Committee on Finance hearings. Are you certain we did not miss any agency? Baka may gusto akong pabalikin. Okay. Pati nga, pasilip naman ang budget nyo. Hindi na, hahaba pa, maghaba pang tanong ko, hindi na. Sige. Thank you. 68.